Happy 35th anniversary, STPI. Today, we look back at this legacy of pure excellence. We also lean decisively into the future. This entire summit is dedicated to mapping, analyzing, and driving India's next massive leap forward towards emerging tech landscapes, deep tech frontiers, and boundless domestic innovation. To set the context for today's summit, it is my absolute privilege to invite on stage Shri Subodh Sachin, Director Scientist G, STPI. Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to everyone. Respected Shri Arvind Kumarji, Director General STPI, Ms. Devjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow Niti Ayog, Shri Deepak Baglaji, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, all the other dignitaries of the dais right now. A very warm welcome to STPI Tech Summit 2026, India's Next Leap. Today in this room, we have all the industry leaders, we have startup founders, we have investors, we have stakeholders from the ecosystem, and all STPI colleagues. Let me begin with the very small number called 17 crores. This number, I'm sure for a lot of you, should remind that this was the number of the Indian IT export way back in 1991. And that was the beginning, the humble beginning of this organization called Software Technology Parks of India. A very modest beginning by any measure. Today, STPI registered units alone, I think which are contributing almost 50% of the India's IT industry export, is clocking around 12.4 lakh crore annual revenue, which is a huge, huge jump. And this has happened, this phenomenal growth journey has been built on the tens of the millions of the Indian engineers, right? And also on the vision of the industry titans going back from the very 80s, 90s and beyond, and also from the successive governments which have been in place and have given the guidance to this industry. The vision of the institution like STPI, and it has been always in the background for ensuring this kind of journey and the growth. This journey has also given courage to dream to everyone. A lot of our young people are like us, to dream big, to not just dream big, but also wings to fly. And tens of thousands of engineers who have become entrepreneurs in the last 35 to 40 years has happened because of this phenomenal growth. And in the background, silently, STPI as an organization has been working to ensure that this journey which we started also continues in future. Today, on our 35th Foundation Day, we do not gather to simply celebrate the journey, but we also gather to ask an important question, and most urgent question, what is India's next leap? And are we ready to take it or not? This is not just a rhetorical question, this is also a consequential question facing India's technology industry landscape as we move forward. The answer will be shaped today in this small room, but this small room is just the conversations in this room will not just be the beginning of what is going to happen, but it will also shape up what is going to happen in the future. We are today at a very remarkable moment in the history. The global technology order, as we all know, is changing dynamically in very fast paced. Today, it's not about the geopolitical realignments, the tech decoupling which is happening all across, the race of trusted supply chain, and the most important, the phenomenal growth of the artificial intelligence ecosystem. What is this resulting in? This is resulting in giving and creating an opportunity which is to all of us within India and probably the Indian diaspora outside as well. Today, the global companies are not outsourcing to India anymore. They are relocating their R&D, their innovation, and their trust to India. The question is no longer whether India is on the global technology map, but the question is how India will help draw the new technology map altogether. The distinction between participating in the global technology order and leading it is what India's next leap is all about. Today's summit, which is the way we celebrate the Foundation Day, is to address this particular pertinent question from all the angles. we have various panels. We will hear from those who, we will hear from the people who share the capital that fuels innovation. We'll also, we'll also hear from the industry titans who are shaping the industry in past. We'll also hear from the government officials who have been shaping policy, within the growth of the next 15, 20 years. We'll also hear from the states today. We are, how the India's next tech chapter will be written in probably, and as we all know, the tech chapter is not written in the cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, and Chennai anymore. The next tech chapter is going to be written in the states of Odisha, in the state of Chhattisgarh, in the cities like Lucknow, in the cities like Bhubaneswar, in the cities like Surat, in the cities like Srinagar. And that is what we have brought in from the various state policy, the voices from the various state, today in this session today, as we move forward in the session today. Now, all these tier 2 and tier 3 places where today STPI is present is also, we have created the mechanism to ensure that each and every IT entrepreneur, a small to mid-size to a large-size company, can be supported. If they have dreams, we are there to fulfill the dreams. We'll also hear from the founders, those who have been shaping up the tech ecosystem in the last decade. We will also, within the next 3 to 4 sessions, which we will also hear, not just the founders, but we'll also get a lot of investors who talk about. India's most committed technology ecosystem builders are in the room today. You represent a large industry, you represent a shining industry, and you represent an industry which is going to shape up the next 15, 20 years, and we all will be there to witness. I'm sure when we meet again, probably in 50th Foundation Day, we will be celebrating in much bigger way the whole industry. So this event is all about celebration of what industry has achieved. This event is all about what STPI has been able to probably take it to ensure that this success happens. And today's summit across all the sessions is planned so that we can have deliberations, we can have discussions, we can create new visions, and we can create a charter, we can charter out new action plans. So with those words, I'm sure, let me thank all those who are present today, and let us begin the summit, Tech Summit, STPI Tech Summit 2026 with a big round of applause. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shri Subodh Sachan, for laying out such an inspiring vision for today's deliberations. Moving forward, we are honored to have leaders with us who are actively shaping the grassroots architecture of Indian innovation. May I now invite on stage Shri Deepak Bagla, Mission Director of the Atal Innovation Mission at Niti Aayog, a leader with distinguished career across institutions such as the World Bank, Citibank, and the private equity sector, combining global experience with public sector leadership to deliver his special address. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in extending a warm welcome to Shri Deepak Bagla.
Thank you, ma'am. Morning, everyone. It's a privilege to see some good old friends. A small little room early in the morning. Madam, good to see you there also, all of us. It's fascinating, and Subodh, good to hear what you've said. 35 years, congratulations. You guys are big boys now. But I must say it's been a fascinating journey. Just think about it. It's a fantastic foundation stone which not many of you knew about that well. And see where it has taken the journey of India. Think of yourself 35 years ago. Shut your eyes and think about it. Let me just roll back very quickly to the past 5 years. And Subodh's given me 10 minutes to be with all of you. 2014-15, our GDP was about $2.7 trillion. 2021-22, that GDP touched $3.5 trillion. That means we moved roughly $1 trillion. Now just think what happened in that $1 trillion. 250 million people moved above the poverty line. Thoda sa $1 trillion movement of your GDP and lives of 250 million people moved above the poverty line. Where am I taking this to? Our 4th trillion will happen by about, we have already touched 4 trillion, it went back, let's say by next year. The 5th trillion we will make will happen in about 48 months. The 6th trillion will be about 38 to 40 months. What I'm getting to is that you will soon come to your 8th, 9th and 10th trillion, which you will do in 1 year each. In 1 year each, you will make that $1 trillion. Just think of the impact that will bring in. That is one of the most interesting inflection points in the history of India, which we are now coming into. It's like the bottom end of the hockey stick, and you will take straight forward. And think of where that journey lands when the Honorable Prime Minister talks about the Viksit Bharat, 2047. There are various estimates. Our friend here, Ravi, has said it's going to be about $30 trillion. I think it's going to be much more than that at the rate at which we are going, Ravi. What is now going to take and propel that growth? You know what is your biggest strength in India? Apart from the people. I mean, there was this roundtable discussion and they were saying that if you have to describe the strength of India in one sentence, what was that? And I thought that came out very well. It was in Davos earlier this year. A resolute leader, a resilient nation, and both working with a relentless zeal. And I thought the 3 R's fit us very well. But what is actually going to propel, and technology being a core part of it, is going to be you have 333 million self-employed. You have over 70 million MSMEs. Let me put it in perspective. Entire Europe just has about 35 million MSMEs. This is the core and the strength of the Indian economy. 1/3 of your GDP is coming from them. Close to 40% of your manufacturing and exports are coming from them. This engine is now ready to take off. This engine, propelled by the belief and the faith of each one of you, and aided by the strong foundation stones of technology. I'll give you one example and I'll end with that. I got into this job in late July. By the way, how many of you know about the Atal Innovation Mission? Okay, keep your hands up for a minute. How many of you know it's the world's largest grassroots innovation mission? Be truthful. 2 hands. You know what is interesting about our own selves? We do not know how much is happening in this country. What all is happening. The Atal Innovation Mission is from school to space. They have these innovation labs in 10,000 schools, half of them in a village, half of them in a city. They have one of the largest owners of incubators in the world, with over 100, adding another 50, accelerators, funding startups directly. But I'll give you an example what happened. I joined end July, so I told my team, let's see the power of this platform, Subodh. I said, let's run a hackathon. ये महीना हो गया था, सितंबर शुरू होने वाला था, तो उन्होंने मुझे कहा अभी नहीं करिए, ये छुट्टियों का टाइम होता है, everybody will not be able to participate in it. I said, no, let's do it anyway. And one of my friends is sitting here who was a part of that. Your team also was a part of it. We ran a hackathon and none of you know about it because there was no big ad. It was only on the social media. 3 weeks ago, the Guinness Book of World Records came to us saying it is the world's largest hackathon. 25 lakh prototypes. But I'll tell you what really touched me. ये September end था, 10 दिन हो गए थे, it had been launched. I was in my puja room, it was a Saturday morning. The phone rang, I didn't answer it. The 3rd time when it rang, I answered it. There was a little youngster on the other end. He said, sir, मैं 9th class का student हूँ, एक government school का नाम लिया था, मैं झज्जर से हूँ, मुझे आपकी मदद चाहिए. I said, what is it? He said, sir, मैं 3 prototype देना चाहता हूँ, मेरा teacher सिर्फ एक allow कर रहा है. You know, I came back to my office and I told the team, your job is to match the aspiration of a new India. This is a movement which is unstoppable. This is a movement which is from every ground level taking shape. And you know what got me in the past 3 weeks itself? 2 of my youngsters. एक global robotics championship होती है हर साल. They select which countries will go into it. This is at the student level. हमारे 4 बच्चे एक सरकारी स्कूल from South India were selected. Panama में थी. 93 countries. Tuesday I got a call कि सर हमें निकलना है, Saturday को हमें वहाँ पे पहुँचना है, न टिकट के पैसे हैं, न वीज़ा है. Everyone got together. Our ambassador was in Panama to receive them. And you know what is interesting? ये उसी दिन सुबह पहुँचे जिस दिन competition start हुआ था. Out of 94 countries, they were in the top 15. And last week, there's another big championship which happens in Phoenix in the world. This is for senior citizens, students from all across the world. That bacha came to my office on Monday. We had 4 winners in that. She was one of that. And you know what she has created? A 11th class student. These huge floods and everything which we get because of heavy rainfall and the variants. वो जो drainage के ऊपर एक लगता है ना, हर घर के drainage pipe के ऊपर होता है. She's used a geometric formula to come up with a design of a vortex which quickly sucks in the water. Simple, cheap, easy to execute, easy to make it happen, and a great impact. So you know what I just want to say, that when the Prime Minister launched Startup India on January 16, 2016, in 3,600 days today, you're number 3 in the world in number of unicorns. You're number 2 in the world in number of startups. You're number 1 in the world with new startups adding every day. Sirf 3600 din mein. He launched Atal Innovation Mission just a month later on 24th February. And what you have now created is a wave and an army which is now ready to create the next superpower. So Subodh, that leap is no longer a question. It is a reality and it is in process. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shri Bagla, for sharing your valuable perspectives on fueling India's entrepreneurial spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a transformative leader in the technology industry with experience spanning Intel and her tenure as the first female president of NASSCOM. Please give a resounding round of applause as I invite on stage Ms. Debjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow at Niti Aayog and Chief Architect of the NITI Frontier Tech Hub, to deliver her special address. A leading voice in AI and a strong advocate of human-centric approach to technology, she has played a pivotal role in advancing India's deep tech and innovation ecosystem. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Shubodh, for the very kind invite. And what can I say? I mean, every time I listen to Deepak Bagla, I have goosebumps. Seriously. And I've had the, I would say, the privilege and the opportunity to work with him for a long time now, Deepak. And I've had the opportunity to listen to him. And the one thing I know is that the man speaks truly from the heart. And it's just, you know, when we talk about technology, and we talk about all the wrong things. We talk about the valuations, we talk about the algorithms, we talk about, you know, all the big stuff. But all that big stuff is so meaningless unless and until what Deepak just described in the last 10 minutes becomes real. You know, it inspires these kids from the back and beyond of India to find solutions to the problems they are facing day to day, because nobody else is actually listening to their communities and nobody else is coming out with those problems. You know, it inspires people to go. I just heard this amazing story from Madan about Jan AI. And, you know, it inspires people to create, I think, these movements on ground that can actually use this technology to change how we live. And I think, for me, that's the superpower of technology. It's not how much compute you have and how much data you have and how many dollars are you throwing into it. It's what impact are you creating. And I think that's something which becomes very, very important for us, especially as we think of the next few years and we think about the entire transformation to Viksit Bharat, because it is a true transformation pretty much that has to happen starting at the grassroots levels. So, you know, when I was coming here, first of all, congratulations to the entire wonderful team at STPI for 35 years. I decided to call a few of the leaders who were then leading the charge 30 years, 35 years before, and many of them are thankfully still with us. So I decided to call a few of them and just ask them, if STPI hadn't existed, what would the Indian tech industry look like, or what would have happened to you? And the overwhelming answer is, that's absolutely impossible to even imagine. You know, we can't even think of where we are today or where the tech industry is today without the role that STPI played in formalizing this institute, in, you know, in reducing. I think the biggest role that STPI played is reducing the frictions. Reducing the frictions for operations, for market, for talent, etc., etc. So, you know, when we celebrate the tech industry, we always talk about the big stuff again, right? We talk about how much revenue, we talk about big companies. But it is the quiet change agents which really make the difference. And I think STPI has been one of the biggest change agents that has played a critical role in building the DNA, the fabric of this industry. And that's why I think again, if I go back to where we are, to the STPI team, Shubodh and others, I think we are again back at the starting line, because the rules of game are again changing, completely changing. And the tech industry itself is completely changing. And I think there is a tremendous need once again to figure out, how do we have the ambition, we have the talent, how do we build our relevance? How do we build our relevance in this new tech era? So the role of STPI, I think, is far from done. The job of STPI is far from done. There is so much to do. And I think this era, I'll leave you with 3 thoughts. This era is going to be shaped by 3 things: speed, abundance, and control. Speed. It took Apple and others, even Microsoft, it took them over 40 years to reach $1 trillion valuation, right? NVIDIA did it faster. NVIDIA, I think it took around 25 odd years. But the Apples, the Microsoft, the traditional big tech Took them over 40 years to reach a trillion valuation. Any guesses what's happening today? How much time did it take Anthropic to reach $1 trillion? 4 years. 4 years. It's 950 billion today, and it's just announced confidentially the S1 funding round. So if that comes through, it's going to cross $1 trillion. 4 years, right? That's the speed of change that we are seeing today. Abundance. As all this technology get built, what kind of power does it give us? Today, drug development, the average time required for drug development used to be 15 to 20 years. What's it today? It's under 2 years. And that's the power that it's giving us, that technology is giving us across sectors. And with great power also comes great, I don't know what the right politically correct word is, but comes the right desire to control the technology. You don't want to let it go. You don't want to let the power go. And that's the third thing we are seeing now. The desire to control. I will control who gets access. If I'm controlling one of the key choke points in the supply chain, I will figure out who gets the access and who doesn't. And I think that's going to become the norm and not the exception. So these are three trends that's shaping the future of speed like we've never seen before. Power to change things, to solve mega problems like we have never had before. And I think we will see tech policy almost become equal to foreign policy as countries try to figure out who controls what part of the supply chain. And I think these are going to be very interesting forces that will shape the future trajectory of this industry. So I think STPI has a very interesting role to play in this era of AI and figuring out how we now pivot to a truly deep tech industry in India. So with that, thank you very much and all the best again to the STPI team. Congratulations.
Welcome, sir. Thank you for your insights, ma'am. They truly showcase what it takes to design the frontier tech ecosystems of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, we move into our inaugural session. It is an honor to invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the dais. Please welcome our chief guest, Honorable Shri Jitin Prasad, Minister of State, Electronics and Information Technology, and I request Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, to kindly accompany Honorable Minister. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please also welcome Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Let me also welcome Ms. Devjani Ghosh once again, Distinguished Fellow at Niti Aayog, to join us on the dais. Please also welcome Shri Deepak Bagla, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog, to join us on the dais. To welcome our dignitaries, I now request Shri Arvind Kumar to please present a bouquet to Honorable Shri Jitendra Prasad, Minister of State, Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you, sir. Please also present a warm welcome to Shri S. Krishnan, sir. Let me now request Shri Sanjay Gupta to welcome Ms. Devjani Ghosh. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us also welcome Shri Deepak Bagla. To invoke auspicious beginnings and symbolize the light of knowledge, wisdom, and innovation, I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for lighting of the lamp.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Auspicious beginnings indeed. Thank you, dignitaries. May I now request Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, the leader steering the initiatives of STPI, to address us. Prior to joining STPI, he served as the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, contributing to policy formulation across broadband, data security, privacy, and manufacturing, and has also worked at CDOT with the International Telecommunication Union. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for Sir.
Good morning. Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Sri Jiten Prasad ji. Secretary to Government of India, Sri S. Krishnan ji. Ms. Devjani Ghosh, Distinguished Fellow at Niti Aayog and the Chief Architect of the Niti Frontier Tech Hub. Sri Deepak Bagla ji, Mission Director of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. Innovators, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's give me very immense pleasure to welcome all of you on 35th Foundation Day of STPI. First of all, I would like to congratulate all STPI officers, STPI staff, and industry partner on this very occasion. At the outset, I would like to have warm welcome to Honorable Minister, whose presence today itself underscores how the government is committed towards innovations, startup ecosystem, and technology in this country. Honorable Minister, when you visit with him in any of the exhibition or you meet any startup, after discussion with all technology, he always used to ask कि भाई इसमें आम आदमी के लिए क्या है. This is what his approach is. He always looks whatever technology if you are developing, unless it is not fruitful, unless it's not serving the purpose of masses of this country, the person who is sitting at the bottom of the pyramid, there is no use of that technology, there is no use of that development. He always looks towards the inclusivity of the technology, and many times, many of the startups has to redesign their whole system and to make it that it is useful for the masses. His presence today shows commitment of Government of India towards innovation and startup ecosystem in the country. I also warmly welcome Honorable Secretary Sir. I think his presence here, he always lead by examples. I have very close interaction with him when we were doing AI Impact Summit. He always used to reach before I reached to the summit. Always say something is going wrong, then why your people has not reported to me. His commitment towards AI Impact Summit or any event or any organization of the mighty is always remarkable, and he always led by the examples. Today, presence of both MOS and Secretary gives a lot of immense pleasure to all of STPIans here in this room. We are today able to achieve whatever the target has been decided by ministry to STPI. This is all leadership of Secretary, whose continued guidance and leadership makes our organizations today very dynamic. And any organization, foundation depends on the two pillars. One is strategic leadership and the vision. I think both is being provided continuously, our Secretary to STPI. With this, sir, with your permission, I just like to have 5-7 minute presentation, what we have done in the last 5 years, what we exactly doing to drive India's ITS startup ecosystem. Can we have presentation? Yes. Is full screen kar do? It's not working. Okay. So, sir, pillars guiding STPIs are, we initially established in 1991 with the commitment of the Government of India that we should not only be the part of the technology innovation, but we should lead the world in the technology, and this is what we have done in the software industry. We also provide statutory services to those who are exporting from our country. We have also entered into a new venture, which is startup development, and then we are doing on technology innovations. This is all we are doing through policy enablement, creating infrastructure across the country, creating startup ecosystem in the country, making industry enablement for the purpose, and then finally supporting export growth from the country. Just few numbers which we have achieved in last 5 years. From STPI registered unit, today we have export of 12.4 lakh crore, which is against total export from this country is around 20 to 20.05 lakh crore, which is growth of 143% in last 5 years. For this, we process soft tech certificates. We have issued around 60,000 such certificates to the various exporters. This is one of the most important work which being done by the STPI as of now. We have created more than 23 lakh square infrastructure space for incubation of small IT industry, innovators, or the startups in the country. We have present in 73 cities across the country. Out of them, 65 are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. 3 centers more are ready just for the operation, which are at Bareilly, Agra, and Dharamshala. These 3 centers are to be operated very soon. This is about what we are doing in the startup ecosystem. In the last 5 years, we have supported more than 1,700 startups in the country. We have funded more than 1,000 startups. We have run more than 2,000 mentorship programs. We have done more than 1,000 outreach program, and we have also provided around 60 crore seed fund to the startups in the country. This all intervention of the STPI has been created to have, we have 2155 product created by startups in our country. More than 1,000 IP has been generated through these startups. We have created more than 18,000 job through startups. We have earning of these startups revenue is more than 1,500 crore, and these startup has raised funding from outside of government, which is more than 600 crores. And we have 482 startup raise external funding, that is 611 crore from the external VCs or angel fund investor, which is outside the government. This we have done through a very collaborative innovation ecosystem. We have 25 center of entrepreneurship across the country. Today, I think one center, which is at Raipur, is Agri-Tech, Smart Agri. We are going to launch one open challenge program for that, Alu. That will be 25th COE from STPI side. These have generated revenue of more than 1,500 crores. These contribution of STPI could have been more than 70 crore. MIT has contributed more than 200 crore for this startup ecosystem. And the state government has also contributed more than 105 crore in these startups. So 25th will be at Raipur, 26th will be at Nagpur. For those two center of entrepreneurship, we are going to launch open challenge program today here from this dais only. We have created world-class innovation infrastructure in the form of lab. We have mobile capture lab at Hyderabad. We have Industry 4.0 lab. We have RF and power lab. We have AI and DA lab. We have IoT lab. We have AR, VR lab. So on the various part of the country, we have created number of labs which are being used by startup across the country. High potential startups. So we also run a program is called Leap Ahead, wherein we take startups from across the country, especially focusing on tier 2 and tier 3 city. We take them to USA. For the program is called TIE Silicon Valley, or sometimes we have just to have the investor meet there. And these startups has created a lot of value to us. 40 startup has been benefited by them. We receive more than 1,000 applications for such program, and 161 startup has been accelerated through this program. We have more than 107 such mentorship program at outside the country, and we have taken 40 startup last year for this program. We have also, we are looking at, there are a lot of gaps. Tier 2, tier 3 cities, startups, generally their innovators doesn't know how to connect to the mentors, how to connect to the investors, how to pitch theirs. We have created one platform which is named as Sayuj, which is basically a networking platform and also a resource discovery platform. So you can look all the policy related to startup issued by any of the state or maybe by AIM or number of people, number of states or number of Section 8 companies use their SOPs. These all are available on one platform, which is Sayuj. Today, apart from this portal, we are also planning to launch app Sayuj so that it will become more convenient. You can connect through app itself. This is number of promotion. This is a summary of what we have done. We have run number of programs. This is Mission to USA, Leap Ahead Summits, we have done Sangam. So such program we used to have across the country just to connect startups, innovators, investors, mentors. So this is all objective of these all programs to have the networking, to connect the startups with the investors, with the VCs. This is, we also provide, apart from the startup ecosystem and export, supporting export of IT/ITS. We also provide a number of technological solutions to the industry as well as the government. We have provide security solutions of network and IT infrastructure to various state governments. We have established a data center across the country, 6 data centers we have established. We provide audit and security services to various governments. We do some software development implementation on behalf of various state governments as well. We have created, as I said, 6 data centers across the country. They have more than 600 rack capacity, which is 533 is already occupied. We have created a cloud infrastructure, is the name of Ananta. We are serving more than 36 customers as on date. This impact has created, we have done revenue twice in last 5 years. It was starting from 228 crore was in 2021. This year, 2026, we have booked 466 crore, which is more than double. And now 27, which is we have estimated to cross the figure of 500, which is we are planning to have 505 crores in the next business coming. With this, thank you very much for patience hearing.
Thank you, DG sir, for your warm words and for leading STPI's vision so dynamically into its 35th year. I now have the privilege of inviting Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, a 1989 batch Indian Administrative Services officer with experience which is ubiquitous everywhere, to kindly address. Thank you, sir.
You know, by the time if you're Métis secretary and you can search everything that you want to on the net, there's so much available. So I don't think I should allow all of you to be bored by reading out whatever is, in any case, something that you can access. Honorable Minister for Electronics, Information Technology, Commerce and Industry, the Honorable Shri Jitin Prasadji, the Distinguished Fellow at Niti Aayog handling the Frontier Technology Hub, my good friend, Madam Debjani Ghosh, my good friend and colleague from many years, Shri Deepak Bagla, the Mission Director of the Atal Innovation Mission, and the Director General of STPI, Shri Arvind Kumar. Today, we are celebrating 35 years, the 35th foundation year of STPI. I think it's important to recognize what is the challenge that STPI answered and what is the difference that they made. Ms. Ghosh has already spoken to a considerable degree about it. Today, if we talk about the largest export from India, which is IT and ITES, more than close to about $250 billion worth of exports. A lot of it is primarily because it started with STPI. This is something we should not forget. It's always useful to look in the rearview mirror, but you can't drive ahead looking in the rearview mirror. So while we recognize what has gone well and while we recognize the importance of the achievements of the past, to remind ourselves of what we are capable of and what can actually happen, it's equally important then to focus on what needs to happen next. And that is, I think, truly what on this Foundation Day we need to dedicate ourselves to. First and foremost is the threat that our IT sector currently feels itself in. I think globally and even in the country, these questions are often raised. What will artificial intelligence do to the IT and ITES sector? Jobs will shrink in this space, people will not get hired, they will be replaced with AI, and they would be sort of, the tasks that they do will be replaced by them. Now, is this the reality that we are going to face, and is it something that we will just accept as something which will happen? Or what is it that, how do we counter this, or how do we actually think through a strategy to go forward? Because let's be clear, just as the information technology revolution overtook us in the 90s and STPI actually rode that wave and propelled India forward, this is not a technology wave that we can actually hold back. I mean, there is no question of holding back a technology wave. It's a question of how do we ride it. And I think there STPI would have a critical role to play, along with all the other initiatives that the government is taking, to make sure that India as a country and this sector rides that technology wave. India's opportunity, and I still maintain this, India's opportunity fundamentally lies in the fact of how AI will actually get deployed across a number of sectors in the economy. how it gets deployed in manufacturing, how it gets deployed in agriculture, how it gets deployed in healthcare, how it gets deployed in education, how it gets deployed in governance, in just about every sector, and what difference it makes to the lives of people. Now, that was the message of the India AI Summit, which was held in February, where again STPI played a really signal role in organizing that huge exhibition that we had over 5 days, where there was extensive participation, and the outcomes of that participation were quite remarkable. 2 weeks ago, I was at a dinner, at a lunch, which was hosted by the Prime Minister for the visiting president from Cyprus. And one of the gentlemen sitting at my table was from a company called Saptang Labs. And I asked him, I was curious, I said, okay, Saptang Labs, and why are you at a lunch which is being hosted for the president of Cyprus? So he said, look, actually what happened is that during the AI Summit, I had a stall from STPI in the summit, and the equivalent of the principal scientific advisor for Cyprus, who had also visited, actually went and visited the stall, struck up a conversation with this company, and now they are building the AI and cybersecurity stack for Cyprus. So this is the kind of business connections that were made. One of the things which we asked STPI to follow up is that more than 900 startups participated in the AI Summit. So what are the kind of business connects that they have been able to make? And what are let us map all of those, let us see how they have benefited, let us see how they can push forward. So clearly, STPI in today's world needs to adapt. They have the strength of their legacy and history. If you look at the program sheet for today, you can see the kind of names that they are able to attract. STPI always has this convening power of bringing people together. The strength of what they do with their startups is the fact that they are able to offer mentorship. They are able to bring people who are successful in this area. They are able to crowd in venture capitalists. I was just discussing with the CEO of the Atal Innovation Mission as to how we can work together, because what happens is there are startups which arise in a range of sectors. You see, in government, and I've actually spent 37 years in government, so I do know that periodically there are flavors of the day. Every time there's a new flavor, a new initiative, which everyone tries to replicate. Currently it is startups, right? And across various ministries, everybody gets involved and wants to do this, which is good. I mean, it is an all of government approach. But when you do it, we must make sure that we collaborate in such a way that all our efforts come together and we are able to achieve the critical mass that you need. What accounts for the success of a place like the Silicon Valley, or what accounts even for the success of Bangalore? It is basically the critical mass. There are enough startups, there's enough of an ecosystem. So if a startup wants to establish there, the advantage they have is there are enough experienced people they can quickly hire. And because there are more startups and more experienced people who can work in that area, the venture capitalists and others also crowd around knowing that the opportunities to invest are there. Now that is the critical mass we need to create across the country in different locations. And if we need to do that, we need to do it collaboratively across the various institutions. And that is something that STPI is specifically primed to do and able to do. I recall attending an event that they held in the Northeast. The fact that they have 8 centers in the Northeast, and the fact that they have linkages into very successful centers in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, in Chennai, and so on, means that they are able to bring mentors and financiers and others, and VCs and others from the more successful centers to support the other places. Today they're present at 62 locations now, or you've grown? Now they've grown to 73 locations. This is another thing which constantly grows. They're at 73 locations at the country. We are talking about today the attempt to establish global capability centers, particularly in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Out of these 72 locations that they are located across the country, I'm sure except for 7 or 8 cities, the rest are all tier 2 cities. So more than 65 of them are tier 2 cities. And our intent and our goal is to actually push the movement to tier 2, tier 3 cities. So who is better positioned to actually take GCCs to tier 2, tier 3 cities than STPI? So this is something, again, that they need to focus on and make sure that they are able to do it. Because if you've succeeded over 35 years, we can't just live off the laurels. We can't just feed off, what is that funding you get? That Softtech. So you can't be sort of, perpetually dependent, or you can't just, sit back and say, okay, I get Softtech license fees and therefore I don't need to do anything further. We have to reinvent ourselves. We have to figure out what is it that we can do better, and the opportunities of doing those things are immense. The fact that you have the base, the fact that you have the legacy helps you to actually have the credibility to build out all of this in the other locations, in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, truly take both the information technology revolution and the AI revolution to all of these locations, work with startups, take GCCs to these places, and clearly make a difference to the youth in these areas, because today's youth are truly aspirational. They are looking for better opportunities, and what better way to provide them these opportunities than to encourage entrepreneurship and take higher paying aspirational jobs into all of these locations. Truly, we've come together at a time when we can actually enable this to happen. So, in each of these spaces, and especially in the AI space, I think what STPI can truly offer is quite remarkable. India has to become an AI application capital of the world. It is on the way to doing it. I cited the example of some of the startups who are working in this space who can actually make this happen. Now, to actually discover all of these people, allow these applications and solutions to grow, make sure that we are able to adapt AI in such a way that it makes a real difference to various sectors of India's economy, make sure that that is the process through which we actually generate jobs, that is the process through which we generate value. That is what I think STPI truly needs to rededicate itself to do in the days to come, and make sure that it not only stays relevant, but it stays at the forefront of the AI revolution in India. And let me assure you that as the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, as a representative of the Government of India who are working in this space, it's our undoubted opinion that today's fear that either AI will really not benefit India significantly or India may lose out in this space is not a fear. I mean, it's not something that we need to be fearful of. This is a technology which we need to embrace. This is a technology wave that we need to ride. We, as a young country, as a country with talent, as a country with understanding, our task as a government is to make sure that the infrastructure to enable companies, to enable startups to ride out the AI wave is provided, whether it is in the form of compute, whether it is in the form of models, whether it is in the form of data. And that's precisely the task we are engaged in. We are putting this together. But the people have to benefit, the applications have to be developed, the solutions have to be developed, and those have to be deployed. And once that is done, that is where truly the revenue will be, that is where people will make the money, that is where the incomes will be earned, and that is where the value will be unlocked. And that is precisely the task that STPI also needs to engage in, support the AI mission, and make sure that India becomes truly a successful AI nation. Today, we are ranked third in the AI Vibrancy Index. We need to keep that position. We need to move up that ladder. And clearly, this is, and STPI on its 35th Foundation Day is an important entity to take that movement forward. Thank you very much for the very patient hearing, and congratulations to all of you in STPI on celebrating this landmark birthday. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Secretary Sir, for your deep insights into policy making and execution that are driving Digital India forward. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commemorate 35 years of Software Technology Parks of India's remarkable journey, we arrive at a very special milestone moment. From a catalyst of software exports to a key enabler of startups, STPI's journey reflects the resilience of Digital India. To celebrate this, STPI has prepared a special commemorative compendium that chronicles its 35-year evolution. May I now request the AV team to play a video walking us through the same.
In 1991, India stood at a turning point. Connectivity was scarce. Digital infrastructure was limited. Exporting software to global markets was a challenge few could imagine overcoming. In that moment of uncertainty, a visionary institution was born, Software Technology Parks of India. Conceived to accelerate software exports, STPI provided the critical ingredients India's IT industry demanded: world-class connectivity, policy support, and a single window framework for doing business. STPI's pioneering move to provide shared satellite links made global software delivery from India possible. Celebrating 35 years of inception, STPI is proud to release a special compendium. STPI Compendium Key Insights. STPI's first centers in Bengaluru, Bhubaneswar, and Pune became launchpads for companies like Infosys, TCS, Wipro, HCL, Intel, Qualcomm, and SAP Labs as they expanded their global footprint. Over 35 years, that foundation evolved into a nationwide movement. Software exports surged from 52 crore rupees to over 12.4 lakh crore rupees. STPI expanded from 3 centers to 73, with more than 85% located in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, ensuring innovation reached regions historically left out of the tech boom. As India's digital journey evolved, so did STPI. Beyond enabling exports, it emerged as a catalyst for innovation and entrepreneurship. Through 24 centers of entrepreneurship and initiatives like NGIS, STPI has supported more than 1,800 startups. STPI's specialized labs and mentorship have enabled numerous startups to innovate and scale. STPI's impact has transcended statistics, finding expression in the regions it transformed, the innovators and entrepreneurs it nurtured, and the enterprises it backed. For 35 years, STPI has remained a trusted enabler of India's technology ambitions. Building infrastructure, creating opportunities, driving innovation, and shaping a Viksit Bharat. STPI, 35 years of empowering innovation, inclusion, and India's digital destiny.
Let me also invite Ms. Priyanka Dua, Project Head, eLet's Technomedia, to join the dignitaries on stage for this significant occasion. Requesting our esteemed dignitaries to join us for the formal release now, the 35th Anniversary Special Compendium. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I just glanced at the clock when we were launching. It was the angelic time, 11:11, quite symbolic. Thank you. Moving on, to strengthen entrepreneurship, STPI is partnering with the National Entrepreneurship Network, Wadhwani Foundation. This collaboration will provide structured founder development, mentorship, and acceleration support to over 100 startups annually. May I now request Shri Sanjay Gupta, Senior Director STPI and MD STPI Next, and Ms. Sangamitra Bhasin, Senior Consultant, Wadhwani Foundation, to kindly step forward to exchange the Memorandum of Understanding. please join us on stage here. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. MOU being signed in the August gathering. Thank you for the exchange, sir. The next milestone now, we now introduce Sayuj, India's exclusive startup community platform uniting over 13,000 innovators, mentors, and investors nationwide. The Sayuj mobile app brings these collaborative opportunities straight to the fingertips of startups. May I request our chief guest, Honorable Shri Jitin Prasad, along with our distinguished dignitaries on the dais, to kindly launch the Sayuj mobile app by activating the digital screen. Moments before the enigmatic launch.
India's startup ecosystem is evolving
We
rapidly,
also have a video.
and now it's going mobile. Introducing the new Sayuj mobile app. An entire startup ecosystem right in your pocket. Sayuj is India's first of its kind AI-powered networking and resource discovery platform, built to help innovators, startups, mentors, investors, incubators, and institutions discover opportunities, connect seamlessly, and grow together. Sayuj app highlights: Startup Connect and Discovery, Pan-India Startup Contests, Access Investor Networks, Mentorship, Events, Product Showcases, Product Expo, Talent Acquisition, Hiring Hub, Access to Labs, Co-working Spaces, and Infrastructure, Central and State Startup Policies, Schemes, and Incentives. Trusted by over 13,600 plus ecosystem stakeholders, including 7,000 plus startups, 500 plus mentors, 50 plus investors, 200 plus incubators and accelerators, and 5 lakh plus engagements in Sayuj. Sayuj makes collaboration faster, smarter, and more accessible than ever before. Sayuj is transforming India's startup future. Be a part of the transformation. Download the app now.
Well, we all know what we are downloading next on our phones. STPI is establishing the Smart Agri COE in Chhattisgarh in collaboration with MeitY, the government of Chhattisgarh, and Chhattisgarh Swami Vivekanand Technical University. This dedicated 10,000 square feet agri-tech hub will nurture technology-driven solutions for farming. May I also invite on stage Ms. Ritu Sen, Investment Commissioner, Chhattisgarh Industrial Development Corporation from Government of Chhattisgarh. Let us extend her a very warm welcome. Welcome, ma'am. Marking the 35th Foundation Day, the launch of the first Open Challenge program invites innovators nationwide to solve agricultural bottlenecks. May I request our chief guest, Honorable Shri Jitin Prasad, along with our distinguished dignitaries, to officially launch the first Open Challenge program of Smart Agri COE. I also request the AV team to play a short video.
Transformation across agriculture, animal husbandry, dairy, soil testing, crop insurance, supply chains, and governance. STPI is launching an open challenge program through its upcoming Center of Entrepreneurship, Smart Agri. With 24 COEs across India, 1,700 plus startups supported. STPI continues to foster innovation and entrepreneurship, product development, and technology-led growth. Now, taking this vision a step further, STPI Smart Agri COE is set to empower the next generation of agri-tech and deep tech innovators. The Open Challenge program aims to identify, onboard, and equip agri-tech startups and SMEs with modern workspace and lab facilities, expert mentorship, funding, market access support, and more. Participate in the Open Challenge program, showcase your innovative solutions, and get a chance to gain unparalleled benefits.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, established under MeitY and STPI in partnership with the Government of Maharashtra, NERV COE at STPI Nagpur focuses on deep tech innovation in agri-tech, health tech, forestry, environment, and mining. Over 5 years, it aims to support 60 startups and 100 MSMEs in the Vidarbha region. Dignitaries, please unveil and officially launch the Open Challenge Program 1.0 for NERV COE. Spectacular. I again request the AV team to play a video.
AI and deep tech innovators starts now. To identify and nurture promising startups, STPI is launching an Open Challenge program under its upcoming Center of Entrepreneurship, NERV. STPI NERV COE, focused on next-gen intelligent solutions for core sectors, is all set to empower innovators, accelerate AI adoption, and contribute to India's technology-led future in sectors like health tech, smart earth, agri-tech, mining. Selected startups and SMEs will receive access to comprehensive compute infrastructure for developing AI products, expert mentoring and industry-focused training, funding and business growth support, assistance in IPR, patenting, legal and accounting services, product design, development, and prototyping support. Participate in the Open Challenge program by STPI NERV COE. Showcase your innovative solutions and unlock unparalleled growth opportunities.
We now arrive, with a huge round of applause, we now arrive at the ITES Export Excellence Felicitation Ceremony, honoring companies that have expanded India's global tech footprint, driven exports, and created large-scale employment. Today, we recognize excellence across categories, including top performers, Tier 2 and Tier 3 excellence, AI exports, and largest employers. May I request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly present the awards to the distinguished companies as their names are announced. Here's the moment of suspense. Our first award is for Excellence in ITES Exports, third best performer, and the award goes to Accenture Solutions Private Limited. We have Shri Mohammad Farhan, Associate Director, Workplace, and Shri Dharam, General Manager, Logistics and Compliance, to receive the award. Excellence in ITES Exports. The next award is Excellence in ITES Exports, second best performer. A huge round of applause for our winner here, Infosys Limited. We are joined by Shri Prabhat. Thank you and many congratulations. From Infosys, we have Shri Prabhat Kumar, Senior Principal IP Deployment and Commercialization, and Shri Ritesh Jain, Lead Manager Corporate Accounting Group. Congratulations to the winner. Our next category is Excellence in IT/ITES Exports Top Performer, and the winner is Tata Consultancy Services Limited. We are joined by Mr. Amit Gupta, Region Head Delhi NCR, and Mr. Tarun Sareen, Head of Finance. Our next category, Excellence in IT/ITES Exports, second best performer from Tier 2 or Tier 3 cities, again goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Double the applause, double congratulations. Well, the next award is Excellence in IT/ITES Exports Top Performer from Tier 2-3 cities. The award goes to Infosys Limited. Mr. Prabhat Kumar and Mr. Ritesh Jain on stage, please. Congratulations once again. The next is an interesting one. Excellence in AI Export, Top Performer. The winner is Tiger Analytics India Consulting Private Limited. We are joined by Head of Finance, Shri Devanand, and Partner Consulting, Shri Nitin Jain. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Tigers roar to go on and on. Next up, special recognition to largest employer, IT/ITES exporters. The winner is Tata Consultancy Services once again. Mr. Amit Gupta, Mr. Tarun Sareen, please join us on stage here. Special recognition to largest employer from Tier 2-3 cities, IT/ITES exporters. The award goes to Infosys Limited. Mr. Prabhat and Mr. Ritesh, requesting you to please be around. Multiple awards being bagged here. Since they are coming here, let me also announce the next award, special recognition to IT/ITES exporter with the highest presence in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, also goes to Infosys Limited. So we have one more award being bagged here. Please stay back for the same. Very, very inspiring, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final award for today. Thank you, congratulations, and thank you for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my distinct honor to invite our chief guest, Honorable Shri Jitin Prasad, to kindly come to the dais. An experienced parliamentarian and public leader with over 2 decades of governance experience, he's championed India's leadership in areas which I can go on naming endlessly. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, and a very good morning to everybody here. With me on the dais, you just heard the Secretary of our department, Mr. Krishnan, and of course, Mr. Biyani Ghosh, distinguished fellow with Niti Aayog, Shri Deepak Bagla, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, and the DG STPI, Mr. Arvind Kumar, all our leading guests who are here all the way from Chhattisgarh and other parts of the country, various stakeholders, people who got the awards. I see some students, various stakeholders, and the STPI family. I'm very happy that we are meeting on this momentous occasion of the 35th Foundation Day of STPI, and I congratulate everybody bottom up, all the way up to the director for this 35 years of service to the nation in this sector, and has very clearly been outlined by the Secretary, Krishnanji, who has said that, 35 years in this sector, so much to show, and Mr. Arvind Kumar is showing us those pyramids all the way going up with various crores and various targets, achieving those numbers. A lot has been done, and in these 35 years, especially at the critical juncture when we weren't in the forefront of technology. But now things have evolved. India has come a long way, and apart from seeing what we've achieved in the past, we have to figure out what's going on in the future. And as Prime Minister has also outlined his vision, that we have to move towards 2047 of developed India. And now is the time to look forward and not rest on our laurels of the past and how much we've achieved and what we've done. It's such an evolving world. Dynamics are changing, geopolitical uncertainties. The one big thing that brings to us, in our mind is self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat, that Prime Minister Modi ji has continuously, taken up the task of ensuring that India, given its strengths, and I am very fortunate enough to be serving in both the critical sectors, the ministry that Prime Minister Modi ji has given me. One, of course, IT electronics, and the other is commerce and industry. Both are so critical, the twin engines, I can call them, tech and trade, that are propelling the India growth story. And in both these fronts, we've made great achievements, forays. Everything has been outlined. I can tell you about the ISM, the semiconductor mission that we are going through, and part 2 is going to be unveiled very soon, where we are very proud to say today, and that as far as the semiconductors go, I don't want to go back to the past, and the past has to be, put where it is. We are looking towards the future, and now we've come of age with a clear direction of the government and a clear leadership under Modi ji. Things which didn't happen earlier are taking shape, and we are seeing under the ISM, which I can say laid the foundation for the semiconductor from fabrication to packaging, and now the next phase will be evolving the whole ecosystem and involving other players as well, not only the small MSMEs, which are very critical. So I can say today that in this front, as far as the chips are concerned, we're going to be very well self-reliant and very soon, because things have been, let's say, over the past decade or so, since COVID came in, a lot of disruptions happened. Even here with STPI, the software exports, IT and ITAs, they've done their fair bit. And now we have to move ahead with AI and the semiconductors and evolve according to the times and the changing times. And the one big request that I do get when I go to Parliament all the time is for a software technology park. So, we've only talked about 72, but we should be focusing and targeting in every district of this country there should be a software technology park, because that's where the real talent of India lies, not only in the urban cities, in the metros, but in the villages where the real talent of India is. And the young in our rural areas especially are raring to go. They are looking for an opportunity, they are looking for access, and which this government, I can tell you, is focused upon. We want to focus on our young, we want to focus on our future, we want to give everybody a level playing field We want to give them the access and the opportunity and the technology available to big people and big countries and developed world down with the same kind of facilities in our rural areas. And STPI is going to be that vehicle which will ensure that, apart from, our exports thriving and the people who have given awards to, the incubation, the startups that we've talked about, and we have to come up with solutions, Krishnanji, to cut the overlap and ensure that, it should be a one-stop shop where people don't have to run around. As far as the government goes, I can tell you the two strong things that we are looking at is one of ease of doing business, and the other is ease of living. So with ease of doing business, we don't want any unnecessarily compliances, people running pillar to post for NOCs and stuff like that which hinders business, which hinders innovation, which creates hurdles and roadblocks. So ease of doing business is one of the priorities of this government, and I assure you on behalf of the government that we will walk that extra mile to ensure that our young get that opportunity hassle-free and at affordable cost. Even with the AI mission, we have gone ahead and ensured that GPU access is available at the cheapest rates across the world. And it is only for our young who are researchers, our innovators, to get that access, because we know they have the talent and they can build models which will be having an impact not only in India, but across the world. So that this STPI will be that one-stop shop to ensure access to technology and giving them worth their while. I'm very happy that I got a word with our officer from Chhattisgarh, who in that brief moment told me how well they are doing, just to showcase the focus of the government, that in a state like Chhattisgarh, which is primarily on minerals and steel, they move ahead with the centers of excellence in agriculture and other forays as well, where especially, you say Chhattisgarh, there is a tribal population as well, which is very talented. And they're getting this kind of access would go a long way to diversify and showcase their talent across in fields like technology, which was at one point in time unheard of in a state like Chhattisgarh. So with those words, that I would not go too much, but I would just say, Arvindji, that 35 years is a long achievement, but these next 5 years will be very critical to reshape the way STPI functions. You have to look back and see what needs to be changed, what needs to be, what the government's, where the intervention of the government is required. Like I said, this government at this point of time, we are very lucky that we have a clear leadership, strong leadership, and with a vision and a long-term vision. It's not about, the 3 back-to-back victories of Prime Minister Modi. It's a big achievement, where you see across the world governments are falling within a year. There's geopolitical uncertainty, there's war, there's disruption. India, we have complete stability, the mandate of the people, and that gives the opportunity to the government to take long-term decisions. That gives the opportunity to the government to take bold decisions. That gives the opportunity to the government to think out of the box, and we are ready to. We want to listen, we want to hear from you. It's an agile government. It legislates accordingly. It changes policies to fine-tune according to the changing times. We don't want to live in those, in that part of governance where once a law was made, it remains for the next 100 years. If the time does require and the situation is such, the government is willing to review its policies and programs and fine-tune them according to the demand of the situation. And that's the way we want to function. And I hope STPI will be at the forefront of ensuring reform. That is the critical. Reform is so critical in today's times. So you will need to, get your thinking hats on, get the best experts, use in-house talent outside. The one sitting next to you, Divyani, who's been a leader of sorts in this sector, use their expertise, come up with solutions and reform the way things process and the things work, so that we don't see an STPI in a particular area which is underutilized. You know, in today's world, in today's times, it's not acceptable. So we have to ensure that what we do, where every money is spent of the government, of the people, that is utilized to the hilt, and it caters to the intended beneficiaries in a fashion that is envisioned by the government. So I think I have to go, otherwise I can carry on and on, but I will spare you today. So with those words, you know, my best wishes to STPI and the whole team, and I assure you the continued support of the ministry, and you know, also I hope that today's deliberations will ensure that what comes out, the outcomes of those the sessions that I've just seen will be fruitful, and you will come out with a roadmap and a key asks from the government, which will be time bound. We need to figure out what we need to do, what we need to achieve, and how much we you know, need to fine tune ourselves. So I think this is one day where we can reflect and think ahead. So with those words, my congratulations, my best wishes, and I hope to see a strong, you know, like I'd say, a contemporary and a cutting-edge STPI in days to come. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, Honorable Minister. Goes without saying, with you involved, the tech landscapes evolved. Well, as we now come to the close of our inaugural session, we need to honor our dignitaries with something which is very symbolic. The way we have been growing together and you have been fostering growth, what better than a plant to felicitate? I request Shri Arvind Kumar, DG STPIG, to kindly felicitate Honorable Minister Shri Jitin Prasad. World Environment Day wishes also. Shri S. Krishnan ji. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. May I now request Shri Sanjay Gupta ji, Senior Director STPI, to felicitate Ms. Devjani Ghosh. Shri Deepak Bagla ji. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. To bring this magnificent inaugural session to a formal close, I invite Dr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta ji to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of State for Commerce and Industry and Electronics and IT, Shri Jitin Prasad ji, respected Secretary Minister of Electronics and IT, Shri S. Krishnan ji, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, senior officials, industry leaders. We are deeply honored by the presence of Honorable Minister. Sir, under your guidance and constant encouragement, STPI continues to achieve new milestone while strengthening the Indian IT industry. Our sincere thanks to Shri Krishnan ji, Secretary MIT, for gracing the occasion, sir. We are grateful to Mr. Devjani Ghosh and Shri Deepak Bagla ji. We are thankful to our Director General, Shri Arvind Kumar ji. I also thank our industry partners, vibrant startup community, and entire ST family, and to all our STPI directors who are connected to our online platform, sir. Thanks.
To capture this moment, I now request all the directors from STPI to please join us on the stage. Ma'am, request you to join us, please. I once again thank all our dignitaries on behalf of STPI for joining us to make this moment an absolute success. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take a quick 15 minutes tea break, which is being served in the hall outside. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes sharply. See you on the other side of the break. is what today, the 35th anniversary, is all about. We are here to begin our first keynote session for the day, where we'll take a deeper lens and look at landscape in a particular state. Requesting everyone once again to please get seated so that we can get going. Before we begin, if anybody from the audience, let's do a fun part. Would anybody from the audience like to make a ballpark a guess why Chhattisgarh, since our next keynote is about Chhattisgarh, why Chhattisgarh is called Chhattisgarh? Okay. We have some guesses coming from here. There's a special, we have an answer from there. If you would like to come here and share, please. Yes. Who said that? Yes, you're right there. 36 ancient forts, 36 territories within the state. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To kick off our first knowledge session of the day, we highlight state-level transformations. Please welcome on stage Ms. Ritu Sen, Investment Commissioner, Chhattisgarh Industrial Development Corporation, Government of Chhattisgarh, for the keynote address on emerging IT landscape of Chhattisgarh. Before that, let us also take the opportunity to welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers. For that, I invite on stage Shri Subodh Sachanji, Director STPI. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. Ms. Sain is an IAS officer of the 2003 batch from Chhattisgarh cadre with over 2 decades of experience in governance and policy innovation. Before you came, we were just discussing why Chhattisgarh is called Chhattisgarh. Okay. So going to listen Gun of Chhattisgarh from you now.
Namaskar. Thank you, DG STPI family, for having us here for this session. And before I begin about Chhattisgarh or good Chhattisgarh, I congratulate STPI for your 35th Foundation Day and also the incredible work you all have delivered. So I am representing Chhattisgarh here, and I am with you this morning basically to dispel some misperceptions about Chhattisgarh and to generate confidence about Chhattisgarh, that Chhattisgarh could be a trusted state partner in your upcoming journey, not only for STPI but for the IT industry. So, as the anchor prior to me was quizzing, I also start with the map of the country. And ladies and gentlemen, if you see the heart of the country, if you see that blue elongated shape in the center of the country, that is state of Chhattisgarh. And why I am showing this map, because many who come in such conferences might have heard about state of Chhattisgarh positioning itself for IT sector first time, so it helps. And as about misperceptions, that Chhattisgarh is some very far off place, not connected, underdeveloped. After this presentation, I can guarantee you that you will change your opinion. So if you go from Delhi to the other parts of the country, particularly South India, you take 3 hours. But if you go to Raipur, from any part of the country, in 90 to 120 minutes, you can reach. And that means truly being at the center. Chhattisgarh is also on Bombay, Calcutta routes, both railway and road route. So anything which crosses east to west, west to east, cannot go beyond Chhattisgarh without going through Chhattisgarh. About air connectivity, 20 cities are connected to Chhattisgarh, and we have like 4 functional airports. So after you know Chhattisgarh कहाँ है, अब ये है कि क्यों छत्तीसगढ़ में जाना चाहिए, and why Chhattisgarh is good. For IT sector, the industry, what kind of place you look for? You look for a place which is growing. You look for a place which is safe, not only law and order safe, but also natural disaster safe. So Chhattisgarh offers you that advantage. Chhattisgarh is growing at 11% consistently since last 10 years. It has 20 times growth in the state GDP, 20 times in manufacturing sector, and 48% share is the industry share of industry in the GDP. Seismically, it's in a very safe zone. So whatever IT investments requirements are, they are very well placed. Most importantly, because IT sector needs power, and Chhattisgarh has a surplus power status. So Chhattisgarh में बिजली कटती नहीं है. It's available 24/7. And for IT industry, the power tariff is also very competitive. It's somewhere between 4.5 rupees per unit to, as per the industry and the sector specific tariff. Water availability is there. So what do you need? And why do you want to go away from the cities which are saturated? Because of traffic congestion, because of poor air quality, and because of the concrete jungle. So you are welcome to Chhattisgarh with less than 80 AQI, with 20 minutes distance for the IT city to Raipur airport, and with a very young population. More than 60% of the population in Chhattisgarh is young, and high speed fiber optic installed capacity in the Naya Raipur. The next important thing which IT industry looks at it, and particularly when you hear about a state like Chhattisgarh, whether the industry would get the skilled manpower. So here is the case. Naya Raipur is probably one of the few cities in the country where you have all the premier institutions in one city, in Naya Raipur. You have IIIT, you have NIT, you have AIMS, you have IIM, you have National Law University, NIFT, all sorts of institutions which you can find for your sector, and around 50,000 professionals pass out every year. Now this is Naya Raipur, which is a SCADA compliant city. It has like a good IT sector base. As I was sharing, if you land up in Chhattisgarh with your investments, at least no natural disaster will harm your investments, neither flood, nor cyclone, nor earthquakes. Already existing industrial footprint, we have an EMC, we have IT investment region, central business districts. I think all these details you can get over our website. Most important thing about Chhattisgarh is that we truly have single window system and it works at a single click. You have all kinds of ease of doing business requirements for IT industry like 24/7 operations, women workforce, ease for their working hours, and the other kind of infrastructure, digital land records. Right now we have lots of land parcels for IT sector in Naya Raipur, which includes primarily the two sectors where we want IT industry to flock. 27 plots in sector 5 and 16 plots of 104 acres instantly available for investments in Naya Raipur. Now, rest all is fine, but the industry or STPI professionals are mostly interested that how does your policy support investments? And everyone who is interested, these are the 4 things which I would like to highlight. Any investment above 50 crores is a special, draws a special package. Any investments beyond 200 crores is an anchor unit support incentive. And any investments beyond 500 crores plus 1,000 employments is available for bespoke policy support, which means we give customized incentives. How does it look like when you talk about the incentives? So, fixed capital subsidy, yes, 35% up to 300 crores for large and 45% up to 8 crores for small. And this is with an employment booster. So if you increase employment, you increase the incentive amount. Similarly, if you don't opt for fiscal capital incentives, then you can opt for SGST reimbursement, which is 100% for 12 years. I think land and electricity duty incentives are very common across every state, but the highlights are training support. Highlight is about providing employment support. So Chhattisgarh provides 3 kinds of support to the industry. First is the EPF reimbursement. We provide 75% of EPF reimbursement up to 5 years, which can go up to 2% of the investment. The second is employment subsidy. 20% of the salary for 5 years is reimbursed. And third is the training subsidy, that is 15,000 rupees per month for any IT industry setting up in Chhattisgarh. Other than that, we have R&D and transport and other subsidies, export subsidies as well. But let me just give you this scenario that if you compare Chhattisgarh incentives with other states, it fares pretty well. And if I give you a sample calculation, I mean, what I am showing here is that if you click on our website, go to the incentives, and if you put these details, we are so transparent that you get all these things on a click, right? That what you will get. And here is a sample incentive. If you invest 25 crores in Chhattisgarh, I'm making things easy for you. If you invest 25 crores in Chhattisgarh and say your land cost is around 1.25 crores and you are a MSME, then what you will ultimately get as an incentive in toto will be around 19 crores. So almost 76% of your incentives, of your investment is incentivized. If you invest 60 crores with the same assumptions, then you get around 62 crores. It's more than 100%. Over a period of, for your industry, it's 6 equal annual installments. And what I'm showing here is as per the policy and as per the investment amount with employment booster. And if you invest 100 crores, you again get 102% back in various subsidies. I know rest all you will figure out, you will Google it. But this is what you will get it if you come to Chhattisgarh. And if you step up, like if you are a big company and you are considering an investment, particularly in the morning session we had discussed that STPI is considering a GCC and the other companies are going for quantum, and you know, yesterday only in one conference we were talking to IBM where they said that they are also going to invest. My request to you is that please just don't see it, spread it, that Chhattisgarh with its IT base, with its land availability, and with its industrial policy incentives is the next state where you should be bringing your investments in. If you invest 200 crores, it's 106%. It's 106%. And with this slide, I end my conversation here, and I invite all those interested investors to visit to Chhattisgarh, explore Chhattisgarh, and invest in Chhattisgarh, because as you heard in the morning that amongst tier 2 cities, as the government of India is focusing, the state government is also focusing to basically pitch Raipur as the next tier 2 IT hub. And I know all the award winners were here. None of you have office in Chhattisgarh. Please consider that if you want your investments to be safe from earthquake, cyclone, or natural disasters and law and order problems, that's the safe haven. Thank you so much for having us here. Yes.
Well, thank you, ma'am, for sharing with us the growth blueprint of Chhattisgarh. If you could please stay back for a minute. If you could please stay back for a minute. May I now invite Shri Amit Bansal ji to felicitate ma'am, since it's Environment Day and a story of growth with the plant. Shri Subodh Sachan ji, kindly do the honors. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. We now move into our highly anticipated panel discussion. The theme is Monumental: How India moves from being a global executor of tech to a global originator of tech, something which we spoke in the first half of the day today. And to steer this conversation, please welcome our session moderator, Shri Madan Padaki, founder, Jan AI, a passionate, purpose-driven entrepreneur, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A passionate entrepreneur, he also founded Merit Track in 2000 as India's first and subsequently marked the largest skills assessment organization. After 25 years, Merit Track continues its journey as a leading assessments company, having tested over 50 million candidates thus far. He is also co-founded Head Health High Foundation, a pan-India non-profit that brings dignity and abundance to ultra-poor households. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you. To lead this discourse, let me also introduce to you our distinguished speakers. Please have a seat, sir. Thank you. Our distinguished speakers, Shri Rajan Anandan, Managing Director, Peak 15. As part of the leadership program, there he is focusing on developing Surge into the world's top scale-up program for startups by acting as an investment advisor and mentor to the program's founders. A huge round of applause, everyone. Welcome, sir. Next on, we are also joined by Shri Atul Dhawan, President, TIE Delhi NCR, and former Chairman, Deloitte South Asia. Mr. Dhawan is a seasoned business leader and board advisor with over 4 decades of experience across professional services, corporate governance, and strategic advisory. His career has spanned audit, client service, innovation, governance, energy, driving value for clients and contributing to firm-wide transformation. A huge round of applause, please. We are also joined by Shri Rajiv Gupta, President, PB Fintech, Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar. With over 34 years of leadership experience in the BFSI space, Mr. Gupta has a proven record of building and scaling large businesses, having worked extensively across banking, insurance, securities, fintech, and insured tech. Let me also invite Shri Nitin Jain, Partner Consulting, Tiger Analytics India Consulting Private Limited. He helps Fortune 1000 leaders leverage enterprise AI for measurable business outcomes. He specializes in moving organizations past standard operating execution into building proprietary high impact. He has also served as a visiting faculty member at IMT Ghaziabad, teaching advanced analytics courses. A huge round of applause, please. We are also joined by Shri Sridhar, co-founder Purple Talk India Private Limited. He is a technology entrepreneur and AI-focused product builder with over 2 decades of experience creating digital products and scalable technology businesses. He frequently speaks about AI, conversational systems, workflow automation, and the future of software. Over to you, sir. Yes. You need a mic.
Okay, yeah, I salute. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Namaste. And delighted to be here on this momentous occasion. First of all, on behalf of all of us, a huge round of applause for STPI for 35 years and wishing it more power. I think, as the Honorable Minister was saying, you know, how can STPI pack 35 years of power and pack a punch in the next 5 years? We really look forward to being here back for the 40th celebration with much more accomplishments of STPI and all of us the next 5 years in our journey to Viksit Bharat. We know we're running short of time. Several of us have hard stops. Rajan has to head out by about 1 o'clock, so we will jump straight in. I think the morning conversations have set the context. How do we leverage the power of technology that is upon us today across the spectrum, where India can just can move from being a services to an IP, from an execution to an originator of tech. And I couldn't have asked for a better panel to deliberate all of this. All of us will pick our thoughts on this. When we look globally, I think to what Debjani was saying in the morning, I think there is a massive opportunity for tech to unlock growth, not just at a national level. National level growth has to come at every village and every gaon being Viksit. And therefore, the formulation that I did about a year ago saying what India needs is not more of Gen AI, where AI at the center and people around and all of us fearfully asking what will AI do to us. We got to flip it and say make it Jan AI, where we put people at the center, AI around it, and ask the question, what can AI do to improve human flourishing, right? And that, I think it begins from there, and the IP that we generate, we can take it to rest of the world as models for every other country which is facing the same problem, and every country is facing the same problem. To do that, we will deliberate on this and more across 3 bridges that we need to cross: the capital bridge, the talent bridge, and the policy bridge. And we have a fantastic combination of investors, you know, Rajan with Atul having worn several hats at a policy market level. We have, you know, Nitin, who's actually been on the data analytics side. Sridhar as an entrepreneur, and of course Rajiv coming in from one of the largest entrepreneurial journeys of, two tech platforms, Policy Bazaar, the PB, and Paisa Bazaar. So we have a fantastic combination of thoughts. And let's just kick it off. What we will do, we will target to wind this up in the next 30 to 40 minutes max, in the interest of time. And I would request each of my friends on the panel, there's going to be a conversations, no PowerPoint slides or whatever. We're just going to keep it very conversational. Rajan, let me pull you in. If each of us can just set a few minutes of a context, and then we can steer the conversation accordingly.
Yeah, hi everyone. Firstly, congratulations to STPI. 35 years is a very, very long time. Look, I think given the topic that we're here to talk about, I would start by saying, the train has already left the station when it comes to building a product nation. I think in many ways, a lot of the consumer internet products that got built over the last 15 years were the first wave of that. India has innovated many consumer internet-based and commerce-based formats. For instance, quick commerce is, India is the only country in the world that has actually made it work. But actually, if you go beyond consumer internet and commerce and fintech-based businesses, I want to take maybe 3 sectors. If you take space tech, 2015, India had 2 space tech startups. Today, we have over 300 space tech startups. And based on the work that we've done, we have a few space tech investments that we've made. There are at least about 6 or 7 companies that are truly unique, meaning they're N-of-1 global companies. And give you one example is a company called Digantara. It's a space intelligence company. It is the first space intelligence company that is actually going to be based on satellites, not ground-based systems. So that's a decade. We go from 2 space tech startups to over 300. And I think I can confidently say a decade from now, despite all the momentum that SpaceX has, India will have the lowest cost rocket launches in the world in a decade. That's like a given by now. The second sector I want to take is semiconductors. Government, I think, MeitY's had a huge focus on semiconductors, both on the manufacturing as well as on the fabless side. If you go back, 5-6 years, the idea that India could have fabless semiconductor startups doing tape outs, competing, winning business against global majors, that was just a very foreign idea. But today, India has 40 or 50 semiconductor startups. I think there are about 25 of them that have DLI, that have been approved on the DLI scheme. But the kind of ambition that we're seeing now in Indian semi-founders is really quite remarkable, right? Last year we invested in a company called, it was announced this year actually, called Agrani. Agrani is basically building GPUs. This is the most advanced semiconductors you can build, right? They're inference GPUs, very seasoned team from Intel and AMD. So we've gone from literally 4-5 years ago, can't even imagine India having semiconductor companies, fabless companies, to having actually companies embarking on GPUs, power chips, and so on and so forth. The third sector really is quantum. It's a sector that hasn't even arrived yet. The India quantum mission, I must give them like huge kudos. Basically 5 years ago, India had no quantum startups. Today we have about 40 or 50 quantum startups, right? So if you think about, and these are just 3 examples, I can go on to defense and many other segments, but we have clearly started. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing I'd say is, it takes 10 years from the time we get going to the time we get massive velocity. 2015, India was not in the top 100 countries on digital payments. I think all of you know today we are by far number 1 when it comes to digital payments globally. And then finally, I'll end with this. In AI, I think there's a popular narrative that India has no real AI. I don't know how many of you know this, but in February of this year at the India AI mission, India entered the AI model race. Sarvam launched 2 models, a 30 billion parameter model, 105 billion parameter model. And in areas like voice, they also have a 15, 20 billion parameter voice model. In AI voice in Indic languages, Indian companies today are both state-of-the-art as well as by far lowest cost, right? And our view, and we can talk about AI later, maybe during the session, even in AI, India will actually take a different path. We're not going to build trillion or 5 trillion parameter models because it's just too expensive. But we're going to build these smaller models that actually work absolutely really, really well for specific use cases, be they voice, be they enterprise automation, be they education, and so on and so forth. And they'll be at extremely low cost, right? If you want to do anything in India at population scale, what you need is close to free, right? In payments, basically, we have 500 million Indians who use digital payments. Why is it? Because it's free, right? There's no MDR. And I think in sector after sector, you will see this extraordinary innovation that will reimagine every industry. A lot of them are basically deeply technical industries, right? Semiconductors, quantum computing, AI infrastructure, foundation models, space tech. And that is, I think, what we are going to see. So I would say train has left the station. We should take a 10 to 15-year view. But we are betting our firm, as Peak 15, we have over 90,000 crores of assets under management. We've invested in 500 plus companies. We're betting our firm that India will win in product and deep tech.
Beautiful. A quantum leap in the tech space, right? Fantastic. Thanks for setting that context, Rajan. Maybe, Atul, let me come to you. What do you think, as your opening comments, and you can weave in from a policy standpoint as well, that'll be fantastic to get your thoughts in.
Actually, I was listening to Rajan very intently at the examples he gave. I just want to generalize this a bit. You hear very often some phrases that go about. One, we've missed the AI race. AI is going to replace people, it's going to create mass unemployment, it is going to disrupt our industries, it's going to disrupt our IT practices and IT businesses that we built up. Actually, I want to look at it differently and want to look at it from saying that how, as a society and as a government, we need to react to this. First is, let's recognize we are facing an abyss today. There is a crossroad where the technology is challenging us, the geopolitical situations are challenging us. So you had somebody make a comment in the morning that you are going to equate technology with foreign policy very soon. You won't do it, it's already started. We are seeing China not letting their technology people leave the country because they want to protect the knowledge. It's already started. So we have to fend for ourselves. I think we are looking at a situation which is a challenge, but yet an opportunity. So in my earlier organization, we used to use a phrase very often, especially during the 2008 financial problem, is that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. You're facing a crisis, let's take advantage of it. And if you look at history, on the other side of a crisis, humanity always comes out stronger. So that is an advantage we need to take. Now, there's one more aspect that I keep hearing these days, that this is India's 1991 moment. Actually, it's a 2026 moment. The 1991 moment was very different. The 1991 moment was also born out of pressure and challenges faced by the economy, near bankruptcy, no cash. And we unleashed reform like never before and never seen again after that. But that platform that we created has brought us to where we are today. So we should take the lessons from there. But the two very defining differences in 91 and 26 is, in 91, the government, the state faced pressure in not being able to cope with what was happening in the economy, what was happening around the world. So they were compelled to loosen up the private sector and entrepreneurship, let them loose, and let that power help India tide that crisis. So the state at that time stepped back and allowed the private sector to step in and take the lead in this. Today, we are faced with a very unique situation. Today, actually, a lot of economists are saying the state needs to step back. The state needs to step in, not as owner of capital, but as a catalyst. We've seen the state do that in the digital stack, very successfully done. But the state needs to do a different role this time, come back into play, lead by example, create the infrastructure, help the private sector go on and lead from the front. India has to move from being a service delivery platform to a platform that now begins to own assets. I know we are late, I know the other countries are way ahead on AI, but Rajan made a reference to that. If you are able to solve a problem for India, you can take that solution to 4 billion people more. We talk about AI being very successful in the US. Remember, 3/4 of the population in the world lives in Asia. It's got to work in Asia. Right? It is for us to ride that opportunity. So we need to move away from delivery to ownership of assets, to ownership of platforms, to the ownership of capital. We need to figure out how we can define the standards for the 6 billion people in the world and the global south. How do we create new innovation ecosystems that addresses the global south and use that as an opportunity to take India forward? You and I were discussing Viksit Bharat, and we said, what is the Viksit Bharat model? This is it.
Beautiful.
So my take, move from delivery to ownership, move from 91 to 26 in a totally different format, but use this opportunity to launch the next wave for India.
Wonderful. What a terrific summary. Thank you. I think for me, the aspect that stood out was never let a crisis go waste. It pushes us to the wall and we fight back. So from policy, let's get to Policy Bazaar. And let's talk money, Paisa Bazaar as well. But Rajiv, love to get your opening comments and thoughts, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Madan. And first of all, congratulations to STPI for completing 35 years, which is a proud moment for all of us because I am also associated with STPI as one of the chief mentors. I think if you look back, STPI was one of the institutions that helped create, India's first technology success story, and I think clearly it was built on talent, and other strategies. Now, India obviously has become a technology engine of the world, but the question here is, can we become the originator of technology, for the world now? And that's the challenge which we have. And when we built Policy Bazaar, just to give you an example, we were solving India's problem. The India's problem was people didn't know where to buy insurance from, what insurance products to buy. And when we started in 2008, 2 decades ago, people were asking that people don't buy insurance, otherwise you're starting online. So will it really sell? And today, if you look back, I think the group has made significant contributions to create visibility around why insurance purchase is important and giving the freedom to the people to choose what product suits them the best. And from a small 1 crore company, today we deal with 1 million customers every day, and we do about 35,000 crores of business every year. I mean, that's the last business we did. Now, what is changing? It's because the reach has changed. We've used AI to summarize all our conversations during the day. We have used machine learning to process claims. We are live with the insurers. But now the question is, what is the next big problem? I mean, I can at least start with 1 or 2 problems. India is 140 crore billion people, right? 140 crore people. Now, of the 140 crore people, we all keep talking about the people below poverty line for whom the government is clearly supporting and assisting in some way or the other. There is the middle class and the upper middle class, which is the 30 crore people. But the question is, those 80 crore people who are the lower middle class and people who live hand to mouth. Now here the biggest challenge is, how do we build financial literacy using technology? I mean, that is the missing point in this entire country. Today you walk into any town or village, people simply don't understand what is finance literacy today. So that's where the technology has to play a crucial role, originate ideas on how do we reach to every nook and corner of the country and educate people on financial literacy. Second, the whole trust environment is missing today, right? So what do we do to build trust? Can technology play a crucial role there? I think we can, because you could look at what all your UPI, Aadhaar, what have they done? They've transformed the way we do business. Today, everybody in remote villages use UPI. There is a telecom revolution. I think that is also helping businesses to grow, you know. And third, please understand that we all pride in, you know, India being a young population today. And when we talk about Viksit Bharat, as he rightly said, 2047, 30% of India's population is going to be senior citizens. And 80% of those senior citizens don't have a future income plan for themselves. How will they live for the next 25 years? They don't have a health insurance plan. So something happens with joint family system eroding in this country, with no social security scheme in this country. Where will they go if they fall sick? All their savings will go down the line and they'll go back to poverty line. You know? So question is, what can we do using technology to solve all these problems? And 2 days back, I'll just summarize in 2 minutes. 2 days back, I was addressing 1,300 law students organized by Dheer and Dheer Associates on sustainability. So my point to those young, bright students was that you are the future leaders of tomorrow. Now, climate change is becoming a big, massive problem for the globe. Why don't some startups emerge from this crowd? Billions of dollars are being invested in this area, space across the globe, right? Why can't Indians, you know, students look at how do we solve this big problem for our own country and for the globe? And I would summarize that.
Beautifully said, Raju. I think you brought in a very critical point that when we look to fly and soar, how do we create safety nets of resilience for our entire population so that they don't fall beneath the floor, right? So, and that becomes a critical foundation for us to build the next level on, and we still have work to do. I love your point about leveraging the power of talent to transform local communities itself, and that to me is the core that, you know, Arvind Kumarji and we've been talking. I love the way that the Honorable Minister said that why an STPI, why not an STPI in every district, right? Where it just does not become the software technology parks of India, it becomes the software talent and the software talent parks of India, where what Deepak was saying in the morning, that how do we give that kid who said from Jhajar, said instead of 1 prototype, I want to do 3 prototypes, can that kid be nurtured through the STPI, the new STPI system? I think that is the power that we have of taking the power of tech to every nook and corner of the country. With that, before I come to Sridhar, maybe I'll get to the tiger in the room, Tiger Analytics, and talk about, you know, you deal a lot with talent and with data and analytics. Love to get your thoughts in, Nitin, and we will get to the startup as the final word.
Thank you, Madan. And it's fantastic to be here in this company, and congratulations to STPI for their 35 years.
If you can just keep the mic a little closer. Yeah. Thank you.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. So now, as we think about next 5 to 10 years and ask the question whether India can build for the world from India, we will have to, I think, change the definition of value. For decades, global enterprises have been seeing India as the executors. They have been thinking, okay, there is a blueprint, can Indian companies execute on them, manage the execution? So, and our Indian companies as well mastered post-arbitrage and scale. But when it comes to origination, we will have to think differently. Instead of global enterprises looking at us from an execution standpoint, they should come to us and think about, there is a ambiguous, highly complex problem. Can Indian companies think about the overall design and can originate complex autonomous systems from scratch? No. We are already seeing some of these tailwinds coming around over the past few years, where global companies are no longer looking for closed box IT services, legacy support systems. They are instead looking for open IP frameworks. They are looking for reusable foundational accelerators. They are looking for end-to-end deployable pipelines so that they can actually, tackle with future uncertainties. So that is what we have been looking for, working for. And overall, the era of writing the codes to run the business processes is actually, shifting. Companies are moving away from that. They are in fact now targeting whether we can actually build the resilient autonomous systems to actually, drive the businesses in their entirety. So with those thoughts, I'll close for now, hand over the mic back to Madan.
Super, Nitin, and once again, congratulations for the award and
Thank you.
fantastic work being done. Now let's get to, I wouldn't say it's always day one, but you've been around in this space for almost almost 20 years.
20 years.
Love to get your thoughts in, Sridhar. You've been being a ringside seat in participating in the growth of the startup. So love to bring your perspectives in.
I think Rajan probably is a better person to speak about startups, but I wanted to talk to entrepreneurs here as well as the policymakers. From an entrepreneur's point of view, it's been like one of the most amazing time to be, at the same time most scary time to be, right? Amazing because, anything you can imagine, you can build in matter of days, weeks, hours even, right? So that wasn't the case before. Software or building software used to be this precious thing which used to go through so many methodologies and processes and all that. Now, if I think of something, I can build that over, right after dinner and show it to my team in the morning, right? And that's a new way of thinking. Now, as Rajan said, what quick commerce has done for India, we didn't know we wanted to eat so much from outside, right? It's like the moment Swiggy came in and we all started ordering, the convenience of it changed our perception of consumption, right? And the same thing with software right now is none of us realized how much software we actually need to become more efficient. And software used to be, as I said, this precious thing, takes forever to build. You need all these super smart people to do it. And now that's not the case. So you can build literally anything quickly. So we look at it like there is going to be need for almost like 10x more software than ever before.
Yeah.
So when people say jobs are going to go away, I know I'm contradicting myself here. Me and Rakesh have a bet going on. I'll talk about that in a minute. But there is going to be insane amount of work, insane amount of opportunities which haven't been there. Like, just to give you an example, literally every SaaS business probably need to be rebuilt because the future of software consumers is probably not going to be humans. It's going to be another AI, right? AI agents or AI assistants. So almost every software probably needs to be rebuilt. And most people right now are just building it for accessibility. Nobody is building for ergonomics. So that's an amazing opportunity for entrepreneurs here to look at. How do we capture some of that which India hasn't looked at yet? Now, the other aspect I want to talk to you here is to the policymakers. This is something, I mean, we used to be 1,000 people company. Now we are about 500-600 people company, and we're probably going to shrink more. We've become 50x more efficient, but I'll give you a term. Right now, if anybody actually opens an ID and codes, we call them, this guy has gone into caveman mode. Or, it's like you're literally a caveman if you're actually coding, right? And that's the mindset we have got into. And what we've realized is only about 20% of existing programmers are able to adopt to become full stack builders. They're still coders. And that's a problem for India. We have 60 lakh people who are working in this industry, and if only 20% can adopt, what's going to happen to the rest of them? So we are all talking about students, kids, and all that. What about the software engineers who are not able to adopt? So that's where we need policy makers to step in to see where is the gap and how do we train them. And the training is not about training them on AI. AI is something you can adopt quite quickly. Training is about critical thinking. Training is about ownership. Training is about becoming product owners and the ability to take initiative, right? Those are the things we need help with. And, policymakers, I'm hoping people are listening to figure out how do we solve that. That's a massive problem which is going to happen to India in next year or two.
Thank you, Sridhar. I think I was just reminded of what the doyen of the IT industry 35 years ago, Narayan Murthy ji, said, that it's all about learning to learn, right? And that's what it's now being more reiterated. I was actually meeting a friend of mine in Bay Area who says, I wake up every morning scared, worried that my previous day's work is all gone waste because somebody has built something better, right? And that's the pace of change. Rajan, before we let you peel off, some thoughts to end, as closing thoughts, and I would want to ask you a question to say, hey, if we were back here, June 5th, 2031, what do you think we as a group must feel proud about as having achieved together, right? If you were to just give us that perspective as well as you share your closing thoughts, and we'll come back to a set of questions from the audience as well.
Yeah, I think, look, 5 years in deep tech is probably not as useful. Maybe we just focus on 10 years because it takes 10 years, right?
10
You
years
look at payments, you look at space
Mm.
tech. I do think in a decade from now, AI in India should have been won by Indian AI companies. Model layer, tooling layer, application layer. Semiconductor layer will probably take a little longer, especially at the GPU scale. We should have basically the lowest cost rocket launchers, the most special satellites in space tech launched by Indian entrepreneurs. I would say in semiconductors, already, semiconductor demand in India is at about 40-50 billion. That number in a decade from now will be about 300-400 billion. We should have 60-70% of that domestic consumption served by Indian companies, right? Indian fabless companies, and hopefully many of them will be also fabbed out at fabs that are like the Tata fab and so on and so forth. I think in quantum we should be in the top 2 or 3 countries in the world. Today, I think we have the underlying foundations in place. US and China will probably be 1 and 2, but in a decade, because 20 years we can aim to be number 1. But so I'd say, look, in each of these spaces, we should be a real player, right? We should have self-reliance. Like for instance, in AI, it's very, very important for us to own our own models. Now, they don't have to be 5 trillion parameter models.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's sort of where we'd want to be. And then maybe just as we wrap up, what does India really need to do there? I said the train has left the station. We need a lot more capital. Huge kudos to DST and the PMO for the RDI fund, the 1 lakh crore RDI fund. I don't know how many of you know, but already 2,000 crores of that has been approved for 20 plus startups, which is like really remarkable. The government of India is moving faster than any individual venture capital firm, or in fact the whole venture capital firms. But the reality is last year $400 billion was invested into global startups. India had 12 billion. So the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world has 3% of the global startup funding. Somehow the math doesn't add up. So we need a lot more capital, both private sector, a lot more capital. I'm hoping that, as this RDI fund, the government sees success, we do that. So I think capital is one. The second is research talent. I don't know how many of you know this, but if you take top tier AI researchers, China and the US both have 3,000 each, 3,000 top tier researchers in AI. The UK has about 2,000 and India has a few hundred, right? So we need to go from a few hundred to a few thousand. So we need to crank up our PhD programs. I think we need to have a massive program to bring the best Indian researchers back to India. I think the government's sort of starting on that. But so second is sort of talent. And I'd say the third one really is ambition and confidence. Our time has come. India's time has come. And we just need to be very bold. I think no more small ideas, no more small thinking. Think big, go fast, and just go for it.
Lovely. What wonderfully said. Rajan, I was just thinking that if this video is replayed back 10 years later here, this certainly will be prophetic words.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope the STPI team... by the way, I am 100% confident that all these things will happen.
Beautiful.
So now all you have to do is play
Make it happen.
Make
it happen. Wonderful. So we have a few minutes that I want to open it up. But what I just wanted to summarize, and this is fascinating, I just want to frame it in a way that your questions or comments can be more directed. I'm saying 4 forces are coming together. The power of aspirations we talk about. No longer a kid in a tier 4 or a village is saying, I just want to be a laborer, right? He or she is dreaming that I want to be a software engineer, a rocket launcher, and we're seeing that happen. There's power of talent. There is unlimited potential everywhere, except that they don't get recognized and they don't get opportunity platforms. How do we make that happen? There is massive entrepreneurial energy everywhere. How do we tap into that? If 150 million youth coming, all of them saying, I want a job, who's going to create those jobs, right? And we need new models of job creation itself or economic opportunities. We talked about that as well. And lastly, the power of exponential tech, which is changing so fast. How do we harness that power to truly improve lives of the 140 people, you know, Gandhiji's point of Sarvodaya and Antyodaya? How do we make sure that everybody benefits and the last man in the line benefits, then the rising tide lifts all? I think that to me is the summary of the conversations. What we will do is we will, if there are any questions, thoughts, we will take a few, then I'll come back to the panel. Thank you, Rajan. Look forward to seeing you in here in 2037 or 36. I'm already 1 year ahead. So let's, we have about 10 minutes, so if we can open the floor. Yes, yes, sir. Can I have somebody hand over a mic, please? And if I can request you to keep your comments short or questions to the point, that would be great. So that we can all go have a well-earned lunch. Yes.
Yeah, actually, my comment, I just want to give example. Like Dassault Systems is a French company who has second largest R&D unit at Pune, deploying 7,000 bright engineers of India, and they are doing so many innovative things, building innovative products, but we are not the owner of that.
Yeah.
So would you like to comment on it?
Yeah, absolutely. Atul, what we'll do is we'll just take a couple more and then we'll come back. So keep that question in mind. How do we own, and which is a critical topic for our discussion today. I think Rajan addressed that. We'll come back. Any other thoughts, questions? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Rohit. I run a AI startup. This is more of a thought that comes to me every time I look at the per capita income, India versus the developed nations. There's a huge gap. I mean, 2,500 for India, and let's say Singapore or US is over 60,000.
Yep.
So there's a huge leap that one needs to take. While we do discuss that everything is going well, but do you have any specific suggestions, plans, and what government should be doing to bridge this gap?
Beautiful
Thanks.
question. In fact, Atul and I were just discussing that, saying it's not just about the GDP. The real metric is per capita, not even at an average, but the last line, are we being able to move that per capita? We'll come back to that. Very pertinent question. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Deepu Malik. I'm again Data and AI Solutions.
If you can just speak a little closer and louder.
I am Deepu Malik. I am Data Thoughts startup, and we are into data and AI solution. My question is specific to to Nitin. You mentioned about India's excelled in execution and services, but not owning the assets, right? Where do you think, where is the gap actually, and how a startup can bridge that? Yeah.
Okay. We'll take one last question. Yes. Yes, and we'll come here.
Hi, this is Vivek, and my question is, Vivek. My question is, I lead a basically collab AI business for startup here. My question is, like in a automobile segment, if you buy a BMW, Indian government tax you heavily, right? So that the Indian car OEMs can compete. What are we doing to compete with likes of Google and Microsoft? Because as a startup, if you are making an AI business, I'm sure many of them are making, and there's a head-on compete with likes of an Microsoft, Google, Zoom, and you cannot match the price and discounting they can do. Okay. So Is there a protection for a new company for that?
Interesting question. We'll come to that. We'll take one last question in the interest of time.
Hi everyone, my name is Pooja Mathur and I represent Plan International India. We are not an IT company. We work with children, the youth, and we are a development organization. I think this entire conversation was very, very apt for the work that we do.
Yeah.
Because the youth is the future, and they are the ones who are going to really take this forward. So I wanted to understand, what is the role you envisage the CSR to play in this entire conversation, and what does the panel and all the audience here really feel, the role of people like us, to elevate the conversation of all the rural people and the youth from there, and how can we really take it forward?
That's a terrific question. I know in the interest of time we have a lot more questions. Will be available during the lunch break, but can we?
Can I just take a couple?
Yes.
Of
So you can also use it as your closing comments as well.
And Nitin, I'm just going to transgress a bit on your question, but you answer it separately. I think what I was saying at the beginning of my remarks is that we need to move from an execution to a capability to a own product ownership model. That's the journey we need to take. And that is what I was saying. The state needs to play a part in acting as a catalyst to help develop the infrastructure and the social structures for us to move in that direction. You're spot on when you talk about Microsoft and the others. I could argue that it is the teams in India, the delivery centers in India that have developed most of those products. But we haven't got the intellect or the knowledge on how to do it. We were fed that knowledge and we created the products. We now need to move towards saying we will design the products, we will own that innovation, and we will address that to solve the problems of the world. The thing I would be very careful about is not to imitate what has already been done. If a Microsoft is very successful, if a Google is very successful, don't bother about it. Somebody in the morning talked about you can't look in the rear view mirror to move forward. So please be mindful of that. We have to move and look ahead now. What we've missed, we've missed. But that doesn't mean that the world will stop developing.
Absolutely.
So stay focused on the future. Let's see how, and the policymakers need to do that same thing. How are you going to create a situation, a system where execution goes out and ownership comes in? We need to own the IPs, but you have to create them. No one's going to give it to you. And it's people in this room that will work to create that.
Wonderful. That's truly words of wisdom coming from the grey hair on the panel. Grey hair, I argue, sometimes is better than no hair as well. But Nitin?
Yeah, I'll pick up that startup question. So I think
your mic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I think we keep thinking about the binary. Is it like R&D, innovation, or services on the other side? I think we need to take a hybrid approach. We need to actually have an approach where it is a service-based IP model, because as we innovate, as we originate, the immediate problems needs to still be solved, and that services model originate the cash flows. This cash flow actually fund the R&D, origination, innovation, so they should go actually hand in hand, and cash flow comes from as we are actually doing whatever we are doing as of now and for the past few decades. The global companies actually are very ready to invest. They are very much ready to pay us money if they have the belief that we can convert our minimum viable products, the MVPs, and convert them to operational value, right? But over a small period of time, over few quarters, not decades. So I think the answer lies in the mixture of both, not one versus the other.
Wonderfully said. Rajiv?
I'll pick on the CSR question. So I'll tell you, CSR has many facets, right? And one of the key areas I think CSR can focus if you want to attract corporates to really participate more heavily than what they are doing today, is addressing India's, availability of skilled manpower. So I think if CSR can pick up students from, in towns and rural villages and skill them to be employable. See, today one of the biggest challenges is on one side, we are all saying unemployment.
Yeah.
On the other side, corporates are struggling to find talent. Now AI is obviously the next level. Now, I'll give you my own example. We recruit at least 10,000 people every year. And unfortunately, we are unable to find those people. The same people keep rotating from one industry to the other. And when we go back to the colleges, particularly in smaller towns, their interest in adopting a co-curriculum program to make their students employable is very less. Because all they are happy is they've done the university course and they go out. So if CSR can go beyond just helping the deprived or the senior citizens, I think if you can solve the corporate problem, your ability to attract more funds and support from the corporate world will be much, much higher. So I would pitch for that.
And that's true nation building as well, because youth empowerment is the key. Sridhar?
Just a couple of points. I want to take that up first, which is, the whole tariffs thing. They put in tariffs, we put in tariffs. Where does it go? This is AI and, the government of India. We are in such a unique state right now to globally compete, right? And I actually take a little bit of an opposite view on some of the panelists in terms of IP ownership. I think IP ownership has become commoditized because literally anything I want to build, I can build in matter of days. Then where is the point of owning IP? Right now, Policy Bazaar is what is where it is not because they have the greatest software. I could probably replicate that. They have built an amazing community. They built a great brand. They have above all distribution, right? So if you're going to build something right now, it's all about your ability to get your product in front of customers, not building a product. As AI would say, building a product is table stakes now, right? So that's a non-issue. So my recommendation is adopting AI. Either you let AI replace you or you let AI amplify you, right? So at this point, be as aggressive as possible in adopting it and let it amplify you. So
beautiful. Wonderfully said. Very, very well said.
Shri, sorry, I'll just point to that. So very, very good actually pointer you bring up, right? So yeah, ultimately AI, LLMs are the general models.
Correct.
But till the time we do not build the orchestration layer around that, they are the brain.
Correct.
But we need to build the entire nervous system around that, and that will actually help us make a difference.
Yep.
Last comment, otherwise we'll go around in circles. When I talk of IP, I don't mean IP as a registration certificate you hold in your hand. It is what you use to develop a product, or you can call it whatever you like. The one thing I'll also be careful about is trying to develop an AI strategy. There is no such thing as an AI strategy. You don't have an electricity strategy for your business. You don't have an internet strategy for your business.
So it's almost embedded.
You don't need an AI strategy. You just need to adopt it and use it just as you use electricity.
Beautiful. Lovely. So on that note, I think we'll come to a close. I just want to take a couple of minutes to share and summarize perspectives. This has been a fascinating conversation. I think there are three elements that are playing out. One, to your point, Rohit ji, finally Viksit Bharat will happen when every household is able to say, I have benefited from whatever has happened and I have increased my incomes, right? It's about a 60,000 rupees per annum household saying I'm now at 4 lakhs or 5 lakhs or whatever, right? So how do we make sure that the execution that we talked about reaches the last mile? And last mile is where everything breaks down. And I think the amount of work we need to put on making sure that all the beautiful things we sit and discuss at the 5-star hotels in Delhi reaches that Gram Panchayat office somewhere in Devgar or beyond in the villages is the key. Second, it it is a phenomenal opportunity for India to solve problems that has been festering for a long time. And the beauty as an entrepreneur I see is every problem is an opportunity disguised. We have no dearth of opportunities. You take any sector, agriculture, healthcare, financial inclusion, we can solve hundreds of problems. And the beauty of AI is, and tech is that you can deploy it to solve local problems locally, right? That's the second takeaway. And the third, to your point, youth is 100% of our future, though it's 30% of our population today, right? How do we make sure, and if I were to just reflect on the journey of STPI and IT itself, we have moved from a handset where we were told do this work to a headset where we are said think how you can do this work. But I think we are now entering the phase what I call as the hard set, where we are applying our compassion, our empathy to solve local problems. And when we apply that hard set to solve local problems, every country in the world will look at us and says, tell me how you solved the farmer's income problem. Tell me how you solved a women entrepreneur's problem. Tell me how you solved an employability problem of a rural youth. And we will have the answers for the rest of the world. And for that, we need to solve from the heart, of course, using our hands and heads. And I think that opportunity is massive for us as a nation, which is the message of the India AI Impact Summit. I love the word impact. And my dream, 5 years hence, is that we come back here with the support of STPI in every district, which says we have now applied hard set and STPI has been the hub for a district economic growth and from districts to the world becomes the story that we can take. So on that note, thank you for giving us the time, Arunji and the entire team at STPI for getting us all together. And my last parting thing, which I believe very strongly is, this is not a single organization or an entity's role. This is an ecosystem play. The more we collaborate, the better we will win. As somebody said beautifully, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go further, go together. We have to go fast and go together. So we'll have to find new models of collaboration. On that note, thank you once again. And thanks to all my friends on the panel for a very invigorating conversation. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Interactive session of charting the way from execution to origin. We also, due to the paucity of time during the inaugural session, there is something we had to keep for this part of the day, that is felicitating our jury for the awards segment in the gracious presence of Shri Arvind Kumarji, DG STPI, if he could also please join us on stage. So inviting to stage our jury members, let me first invite Shri Atul Dhawanji, President, TIE Delhi NCR, former Chairman, Deloitte South Asia is already here. Inviting Shri Sanjay Gupta ji, Senior Director, STPI, to do the honors. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next jury member, Shri Madan, founder Jan AI. We are grateful to our jury for doing this excellent job of hunting amongst the winners. Shri Gurneet Singh ji, CEO and Executive Director, Electronics and Computer Software Export Promotion Council. Also, we would like to thank STPI members who were a part of the jury and did an excellent job helping with the same. Dr. Sanjay Tyagi, Director, STPI Bangalore, who is with us over video. And Shri Subodh Sachin Ji, Scientist G, Director, STPI Headquarters. Thank you, sir. Now, let's also move to felicitating our panel. Let me invite Shri Amit Bansal ji, Director, STPI, to felicitate Shri Madan. Thank you, sir. Let me invite Ms. Vandana Srivastav, Director, STPI, to felicitate Sri Rajanji. Okay. Ma'am, if you could please also felicitate Sri Atul Dhawanji. Shri Rajiv Gupta ji. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for doing the honors, ma'am. Let me again invite Shri Amit Bansal ji, Director, to felicitate Shri Nitin Jain. Sridhar ji. Let us also capture the moment with a group picture of the panel. Vandana ma'am. While the picture is being taken, I have an interesting question for the audience. We know it's silver jubilee for 25 years, golden for 50. So what's the word for 35 years, 35th jubilee? If anybody would like to make a guess from the audience. It's called coral jubilee. So corals, they build reefs. They take decades to solidify. In the same way, STPI over decades has solidified and helped build the reef and helped other startups to nurture in its ecosystem. On that note, we will now break for lunch and assemble back here around 2 p.m. to dive into the next session. See you everyone on the other side of the break with increased energy.
I can understand it's after lunch. So generally anything after lunch you have a tough time concentrating, and I will try to keep it simple and brief. I have a lot of colleagues, friends. Subodhji, thank you for having me, the whole STPI team for organizing it. I have my college senior, Jaswinder Ahuja ji here, who was the MD of Cadence till recently, sitting with me. So it's a pleasure to be amongst industry and with STPI and a lot of startups and innovators. I was asked to talk about governance empowering India's next leap. अब ये क्या है? This is a very मैं कैसे हैं sir? There is a lot of us from the same college here, so it's a alumni reunion also happening. So my classmate is also here. Yeah. So if we have everybody settled, the before this, this session of STPI, I'll start off by saying what has India done, what is so important, and what we need to think about, and where we are headed. But before this session, I came from a meeting, a bilateral meeting, some confidential discussion in that. I can't share that. But the world is today fascinated what India has done. Early, when STPI probably started 1991, we laid the foundation for today's IT software exports companies. 2014, 15, we started this whole new journey of, which I will explain, of the digital public infrastructure. Now, in this room, all of us use all these big tech technologies, all software from Silicon Valley and others, but we don't realize that all of us use, and the world is now praising and using India's technology. UPI, Aadhaar is one example, and we'll talk about that. But the next leap is the GCCs. What I think got incubated in STPI in 1991, 3 centers. Today, as a movement, India has, if I ask a question, how many GCCs, I think the answer will be close to 2,100 GCCs. And probably one every 2-3 days, about 10 per month get inaugurated, 10 new ones. So about 100 GCCs get added. Now GCCs are different than our top IT software companies, very different, because the value add is very different. So the large thing I'm trying to tell everybody here is we have moved from IT exports to digital public infrastructure, which the world is looking at, to now even higher addition in the value chain, which is GCCs. And Jesse, if I have your permission, can I give your example of your company? Jaswinder Ahuja, if you don't know him, he was one of the first returnees from Silicon Valley, where I also returned. So I came to meet him. He used to sit in the office in Noida, export zone, where nobody used to go, probably an STPI area, I guess. And I went there, he was sitting with maybe 30, 40 people that time. This is late 90s, early 2000, maybe late 90s. Sir, when you exited, how many people did you have in that office? More than 5,000. That is the story of India. All of us have grown the software companies, and that is one story. But you asked me to talk about the next leap. In the next leap, we have to understand what digital public infrastructure has done. इस कमरे में कोई ऐसा है, कोई anybody who is here who does not use this technology of India? Everybody uses UPI, everybody has Aadhaar, but new things. See, you have DigiLocker, FASTag. Every car today has that FASTag label. If you don't have FASTag, you end up paying double the toll. Bhashini, which is getting developed by the IT ministry. DigiYatra. What is this? The whole world is struggling with queues at airports. We have solved for that. And at population scale, some 2-3 crore people every month use DigiYatra for a seamless entry into the airport. This is digital public infrastructure, but these are platforms built by India. And when you look at governance, this is easing public life, and this is best governance possible. Governance was all about giving the right entitlement to the right people. We have solved that 10 years ago. जो DBT program है इंडिया का, वो वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा DBT program बन गया है. DBT stands for Direct Benefits Transfer, biggest program in the world. But that's now done. We are thinking how to change everyday life of people in a very, very simple manner. मेरे को अभी एक नई जिम्मेदारी दी गई सरकार की तरफ से to become a trustee at the National Pension Fund. आप सबकी पेंशन वो हमारा फंड मैनेज करता है. करीब 17 लाख 18 लाख करोड़ का फंड है. छोटा अमाउंट नहीं होता, बट सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ क्या है, उसमें 10 करोड़ पेंशनियर्स हैं. 10 करोड़ पेंशनियर्स. 10 करोड़ पेंशनियर्स में से 7 करोड़ पेंशनियर्स ऐसे हैं जो हैव प्रॉब्ली 75 plus, which means easing their life is very important. Giving them money is important, but also easing their life is very important. What have we done? यहाँ पर किसको पता है एक हमारे पास एक सुविधा है जीवन प्रणाम करके? किसी ने सुना है इसके बारे में? You can sit at your home and give a proof of life. You don't need to come to any government office. Don't need to come to any office to give proof of life. Proof of life is required every 6 months to 12 months to be given to a pension system that you are alive. पहले आपको सरकारी ऑफिस में जाना होता था. That is governance. It is giving your money back to you more easily. So, friends, what I am trying to say is that what we have achieved in digital public infrastructure has been phenomenal. It will continue to be phenomenal. Institutions like STPI incubated, continue to incubate, and will do so. But it is now the combination of government, institutions, but innovators and startups where we have to solve even continuous problems. And when you put STPI along with, or DPIs along with innovation, it becomes transformative. I'll give you 2 more examples. बहुत बारी लोग मेरे से सिलिकॉन वैली में बोलते हैं इंडिया टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं बनाता. आज 52% of the global transactions happen in India. किसकी? पेमेंट्स की, रियल टाइम पेमेंट्स. 22 बिलियन ट्रांजैक्शन पिछले महीने हुई थी. लास्ट मंथ वी डिड 22 बिलियन ट्रांजैक्शंस रियल टाइम. इस पिछले आधे घंटे में करीब 4 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शन हो चुकी हैं. कोई सिस्टम इतना बड़ा स्केल नहीं कर सकता और किसी ने नहीं किया आज तक. वीजा और मास्टरकार्ड मिला के 48% करते हैं, 2 कंपनियां जिनकी नेटवर्थ $1 ट्रिलियन है. हमारा यूपीआई सिस्टम 22 बिलियन मतलब करीब 700 मिलियन 70 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शन डेली बेसिस पे करता है. तो हर घंटे में करीब 4 से 5 करोड़ ट्रांजैक्शन होती हैं. पीक टाइम पे ज़्यादा होती हैं, रात के टाइम कम होती हैं. एंड दिस इज़ व्हाट इंडिया हैज़ बिल्ड, इनोवेटर्स हैव बिल्ड. और जो बिग टेक और बड़ी कंपनीज हमसे कहते हैं कि भाई इंडिया इज़ नॉट बिल्डिंग, तो आज यूपीआई कौन सबसे बड़ा उसका यूज़र कौन है या प्लेटफॉर्म जो यूपीआई यूज़ करता है? गूगल, वॉलमार्ट का फ़ोन पे, मेटा का व्हाट्सएप और अमेजोन का अमेजोन पे. ये सारी बिग टेक कंपनीज हैं. दे ऑल यूज इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी. सो वी शुड बी प्राउड ऑफ इट बट शुड नॉट रेस्ट ऑन दैट. You should see how we, has to progress. This is the real story, what all this has done. We have today the startup ecosystem, which is one of the most vibrant. The chart proves to be small. STPI ने भी कितना incubate किया है? 5 लाख से 50 लाख रुपए देते थे as I think just a grant, seed fund या seed grant. Every money counted. Today we have one of the most, I think the second or the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. But what is very important, today, people are talking about IP preservation. We are talking about giving open IP to everybody. हम IP share करना चाहते हैं. पूरी दुनिया में लाइन लगी है इस टाइम इंडियन टेक्नोलॉजी को अडॉप्ट करने के लिए. इसमें सिर्फ आपको मोस्ट एडवांस कंट्रीज को छोड़कर, which are America and some Western European countries, France has also come on board for some part of it, but our infrastructure now is being sought by everybody. The second thing I talked about is the AI. Now, if you combine AI and DPIs, we are primed for a system that is on steroids. And if you ask me, the AI approach India has taken is a very different approach than putting $1 billion, $5 billion, $50 billion in building frontier models. It is making some models of our own which are relevant to India, but solving for real problems. You will keep hearing Anthropic, you will keep hearing OpenAI, you will keep hearing many other Llama models or Gemini models, but at the end of the day, how do they solve your daily life problem is the governance that we are looking at. And for that, we have taken an approach to make AI accessible and inclusive for everybody. And अगर किसी ने यहाँ पर, आप लोग का तो बहुत बड़ा बूथ था AI summit में, AI summit में अटेंड किया था लोगों ने यहाँ पर. वहाँ पर जो लास्ट AI समिट पेरिस में हुई थी, टोटल अटेंडेंस वाज 1000. इंडिया की AI समिट की अटेंडेंस थी 3 लाख पीपल, 300,000. वो क्यों? The difference was because we wanted to make sure AI reaches the last person. AI reaches everybody who can get benefited from that AI. And that is India's AI model. So the next, friends, the next step in governance and what we need to think of as innovators, as policymakers, as incubators, if I treat STPI as an incubator, is that we will have now a great opportunity. On one hand, AI, one hand, our digital public infrastructure, and when you combine the two, artificial intelligence and DPIs, Aadhaar, UPI, credit systems, fraud management, ये digital arrest जो होते हैं, इसमें जो fraud होता है, money laundering जो होती है, this will be a new step. And credit जो अभी भी under penetrated है इंडिया में 4% सिर्फ credit है लोगों के पास, will become really, really big. India is now becoming, and this is the meeting that I just came from, India is now the sweet spot for everybody in the world. Everybody wants to partner with India. कोई infrastructure में करना चाहता है. एक बड़ी Australian company है, A-Trunk. उसने आज announce किया $10 billion acquisition in India. We were in Australia two weeks ago. They had announced that there, and today that got announced in Delhi. Google has started its third biggest data center in Vizag. $250 billion are committed on AI infrastructure in India. Biggest investment possible. There are countries wanting to partner with us on the application layer. The country is trying to say कि अपना talent हमको भेजिए. Yesterday there was the Europe Day. All the European countries are competing. I heard the ambassadors. One ambassador said we have 300,000 Indian engineers working in India. The other one said we have 250,000. The third one said I only have 100,000. I want to make it 300,000. So now there is a competition going on for Indian engineers in those countries. That was different. And this is the change that has happened because of the capacity that India has. I know STPI works a lot in hardware. That is something we have one of the biggest electronics manufacturing. I still remember Vandana passing this sanctioning files when you were in the ministry for the PLI scheme. And see where it has gone now. PLI scheme is the biggest scheme, one of the biggest success from India today in electronics manufacturing. Apple का $52 billion का production है iPhones का India से $52 billion. I think that is a number उसको किसी को मैच करनी चाहिए the current currency को कितना नंबर आता है करीब 5 लाख करोड़ आएगा. That is the amount of production Apple has done from India. जब लास्ट ईयर टैरिफ्स की बात हो रही थी तो एक स्पेशल प्लेन आए 3-4 जो टेक फोन्स तो कि टैरिफ ना लग जाए वो हुआ नहीं टैरिफ बाद में बट दैट इज द अमाउंट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन एप्पल इज डूइंग इन इंडिया. किसने सोचा था एप्पल फोन भी इंडिया में बनेगा बट इट इज बीइंग मेड. सो द हार्डवेयर स्टोरी द इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टोरी इज रियल. नाउ वी सैट फॉर मेनी ईयर्स not able to sanction the amount of money and actually get the fabs functioning. Today that is also done. We have 2 fabs coming up. We have Micron plant in Gujarat and the hardware and semiconductor story is taking shape. जहाँ एक Cadence काम करता था as a international company, now there are 400 VLSI startups in India. 400 VLSI startups. It's a very, very welcome change. So I think all the stories, all the parts of the story are coming together. And the aspirations of India, the aspirations of our talent and youth, and the funding around it is real. We have all sorts of, जिसे कहते हैं, जो all the ingredients in place to solve for the large problems. I want to give this last slide, not because I'm speaking at an STPI event, but it's really important. जहाँ STPI ने आपके 70-75 कितने सेंटर हैं सर अभी? 73 centers में 60+ centers are in tier 2, tier 3 cities. This is also where the real growth is happening. So you have been leading. Wherever you go, you see growth. So please keep going to more cities. And that is very, very important. And you see, सब सोचते थे सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी and that is okay, you know, Silicon Valley में होती है, but today India has multiple Silicon Valleys. We have Bangalore, we have Hyderabad, we have Vizag, we have Odisha, we have Delhi also, NCR, and then we have Patna, and we have Varanasi and Bhubaneswar and Assam, Guwahati, and many, many others. So somebody has to go and seed. The seeds that you laid in 1991 are yielding result today, 35 years down. And the seeds that you are putting in all these different tier 2, tier 3 towns are actually very important. This is the next frontier. The land cost will make challenge in the big cities. But talent is mobile now. So the GCCs also will like to go to this tier 2, tier 3 towns. And I think that's where in the next 5 to 10 years, we will see, in the next 5 years, we estimate about 1,000, 1,200 more GCCs. 100 per साल अभी चल रहे हैं, next year तक 200 हो जाएंगे. So next 5 years, about 1,000 more GCCs. I think they should see where all STPIs are and just go to those cities. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here for India, for Digital India, and making India one of the software superhouses of the world. And I have been associated with STPI directly and indirectly many years, and I think I really am very thankful to Arvind ji and to Subodh and to everybody else for getting me here today. So thank you and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you for walking us through that, sir. I request you to stay back for a minute. I also request Shri Sanjay Gupta ji, Senior Director STPI, to felicitate sir. The compendium being handed over by Shri Subodh Sachan. We dive straight into our second panel discussion. The theme for this session is Bharat's Tech Leap, how India's states, industry and capital are building the next wave of emerging technology ecosystems. The session will be moderated by our very own Shri Subodh Sachan, Director, STPI. Let's give him a warm welcome. Please also welcome our stellar panel of speakers. Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, Principal Secretary, who will be joining us virtually. Shri Amit Kumar Gupta, Shri Anand Tiwari ji. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Special Secretary IT, Government of NCT Delhi. Welcome, sir. Shri Amit Kumar Gupta ji, Region Head, Delhi NCR, Tata Consultancy Services, who leads operations for around 40,000 professionals around NCR and is responsible for delivery governance, strategy planning, and expanding delivery infrastructure, including new center setups and onboarding of key engagements. Let's give him a warm welcome. Ms. Neha Malhotra, Founder and Managing Partner, MeritX Ventures. MeritX is a new age venture platform advising and investing new age businesses. A sought-after expert and speaker, Ms. Neha has contributed to leading national and international platforms, including the G20, West to Global Forum, amongst others. A huge round of applause, please. Shri Sameer Sheikh, Partner, Fund Enable, a capital advisory and investor readiness platform that helps startups successfully raise capital and scale their businesses. Through Fund enables structured fundraising programs and investor network, he has supported companies in raising over US $60 million in funding to date. Let's give him a warm welcome. We also welcome Shri Biren Ghosh, founder and CEO, Astra Studios, joining us via video. Mr. Ghosh is one of India's foremost leaders in the intersection of storytelling, technology, and creative industries. Also join us in welcoming Mr. Vincent, Chief Center Officer, Global Finance and Technology Network, GFTN. Prior to that, he also worked with the Singapore Army for more than a decade. The floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you, Sonali. Very good afternoon to everyone. Distinguished speakers on the panel and on my panel, esteemed guests in front of us. It's always pleasure to have all of you. I think I should especially thank Sri Anand Tiwari ji, who on the very request made it. I know, sir, you had a very busy schedule, but thank you for making to the event. Vishal Dev, who's the additional Chief Secretary, he will be joining us online. He'll be probably coming a bit late. But on this particular, as we celebrate 35th Foundation Day, it's just not a reflection of what we have done in 35 years of our journey, but also since morning we have seen what is the India's next leap. And this particular session where we have brought in the people from the government, we have brought in the people from the investment ecosystem, we have brought in the people from the industry, and we've also brought in people who are basically working at the grassroots level for training next set of people who can be part of this. So I'm very privileged to have, all the set of speakers, coming from across various sectors and segments which are important pillars. And we heard across the sessions earlier, and especially the previous speaker, Sri Arvind ji, that the pillars of the strengths are already available. Now it's about the picking up the momentum, and that momentum will happen from the policy side. The momentum is going to happen from the investment side, and momentum is going to happen from the industry side. So let me, with that note, let me bring. I'm sure as soon as Vishal sir will be there, Vishal Dev ji will be joining. We'll take his session. But with this diverse panel, I would request my initial. And probably I'll use the mic here instead of going on the floor there. I'll request, Sri Anand Tiwari ji, who is the, I think, basically, if we talk about Delhi, right, and if we talk about Delhi NCR especially, if I'm not wrong, we are almost 2,000 startups in Delhi, right? Almost, which represents a great segment of startups which are available in Delhi. And still, when it comes to deep tech, when it comes to product innovation, people talk about Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Pune. And I know very sure that the Delhi government has come up with the new policies, new interventions, and new initiatives, right? So I would like to hear, sir, what in the audience from the perspective of both the industry as well as from the startup ecosystem, what is Delhi government's next play, and how we should make Delhi as a very vibrant startup ecosystem as we move forward. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Sachanji. Good afternoon to you all. First and foremost, a very warm congratulations to STPI for celebrating their 35th Foundation Day. STPI has had a tremendous journey and contribution to the IT ecosystem in the country, and it continues to do so. So congratulations to you and your team for that. Now coming back to your question, yes, you're absolutely right. When we talk about technology, when we talk about the IT, ecosystem, the first thing that comes to our mind is Bengaluru, Hyderabad. In fact, recently one of the consultants I was speaking to, and he said to me that, you and me both have a moral responsibility that our kids study in Delhi, spend 18 to 20 years of their life in Delhi, and then they go for their jobs either abroad or to Bengaluru or Hyderabad, and they don't get that many opportunities in Delhi per se. So that is a perception as well as a reality to a large extent. And that is where we thought, that struck me, and we thought as a team that our role comes in. Our role as a facilitator, as an enabler, being the government comes in. And that is where I would pitch the Delhi government thought process. Like, Delhi is willing to take that leap now. Delhi, the biggest strength or the biggest USP that I would say Delhi has right now is the political willingness to take that big leap and to create that kind of an enabling ecosystem, be that in terms of policy framework or in terms of giving a platform to the startups, to the innovators, to the industry to demonstrate their concept, their ideas, to help them incubate, and as well as to give them incentives wherever possible, and then take them from the concept to the, the implementation stage or the commercialization stage. So going forward, I would be speaking more on the policy initiatives and the efforts being taken by the Delhi government, but these are my initial comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sure a lot of questions will come, and I'll also have a follow-up question for you. But I know after you, I would like to probably bring in Amit Gupta ji, who heads one of the oldest technology organization which India has seen, and I think STPI has been able to nurture and support all the companies, including TCS, at the very early stage. And TCS today has thousands of employees which are driving excellence and talent across various segments. So my question to Amit, to you would be, being the oldest tech company, right? And you have seen the journey of services, you have seen the journey of products. How do you see a next leap, and what role, not just a TCS, but what role large IT companies like yours, right, are basically, when you talk about deep tech, when you talk about AI, when you talk about quantum, what role you see can be played so that we fuel the next 15, 20 years as we discussed?
Thank you, Subha. So, yeah, I mean, it is, first of all, let me start it that it's been an honor and privilege to be here at the STPI Tech Summit, and wish you all the best. And we all know that the last 35 years has been a remarkable contribution from STPI in terms of making India an IT landscape. And yes, your question is pretty much valid, Subhash. And being a part of Tata, being a part of TCS as an oldest organization, it also brings a lot of responsibility, especially in this new era now, when we have seen in the past 3 decades, we have seen that India has moved from a emerging IT destination to a outsourcing or a global technology powerhouse. But now we are at a junction where we are moving into this next AI world, where the expectation is that if we have to really be big, we have to be the leadership, we have to develop the leadership in the innovation. Without that, we won't be able to move. At TCS, we see 3 major shifts, that we are also trying to do, and which we are seeing happening. One, that we have to move from scale to value, So this IT outsourcing word, I mean, to be honest, I don't like this IT outsourcing word nowadays, But we have to move from just a cost advantage to a innovation-based leadership or the innovation-based environment, where the global organization, global companies, global customer, they just don't pass on the work to us just as a cost advantage, Then second is that we have to move from talent to capability. In this deep tech world, we have to build expertise in AI, in cybersecurity, in quantum, in digital technologies, and various all new emerging areas. The third thing is that traditionally we have been, working as a services organization. So now the time has come, we have to move out of the service. I mean, of course, services will be there, but we have to transform ourselves from services to the global or the product or the platform kind of organization, We should be able to build a solution while in India. We should be able to, provide valuable solutions for our overseas customers, but we have to move into that thing. And I must say that STPI plays a very, very critical role in calling the industry, the academia, the startups, and the government all together on a platform like this. We are seeing a very good ecosystem nowadays. The government is accelerating various initiatives in terms of innovation and transformation. And we are also seeing that startups, they are pushing away, pushing limits of deep tech, right? And we are also seeing the various enterprises, industries like us, we are investing into AI transformation like never before. Like our CEO says that we should not be worried about our existence because of AI. In fact, it's a massive opportunity. So to be there in the next decade, so a couple of things that we are, we have our own AI strategy, that how you would like to be. And our aim is to be that while we are the largest and the oldest IT services company, but now we aspire, as per our direction from the CEO, world's largest AI-led technology services. So this is what we aim for, and we have a strategy for that, which it's like, adopt AI internally. Before you preach others, first you should adopt. So there's a lot of programs inside TCS which is happening, where we are, learning and building this AI talent. Then we are also trying to build making the real AI solutions for the customer. It should not be like just for the sake of AI, it should be real AI solutions. We are making platform-based solutions, AI solutions, okay? We are also have some of the products which can modernize various legacy applications to the Gen AI stuff. And we are also nurturing our talent in terms of the deep technologies. And internally also, we are doing at end-to-end in all the cycles, from applications to implementations to migration. We have AI landscape. We are using AI very effectively. And last but not the least, because I know we have the shortage of the time, but last is that we are partnering with various organizations, startups, academia. Okay, we want to lead the innovation, research-based innovation. Okay. So for that, we are doing a lot of tie-ups and partnership with them. And you would have also heard that TCS is also coming up with their AI 500 megawatt data center with OpenAI, and which is scalable up to 1 gigawatt. So like this, we are getting into and in end-to-end in all the aspects, we are trying to keep ourselves future ready. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you talked about, especially on the talent and what needs to be done. And after we hear from Vincent, I'll have a follow-up question in terms of talent gap. But let me move on. We have two investors on the panel. Let me start with Neha, who runs Meritex Ventures. Neha, you have been working with startups and especially the global investors ecosystem, bringing a lot of global capital to India and also investing them into the startups. When we talk about especially in positioning of what is happening within India in the global technology ecosystem, how do you think this can happen from a perspective of investor? What exactly you're looking from the startups, and when in the changing environment like this, how they can build the products which are not probably meant only for India. They obviously have to be meant for India, but they have a global technology, they have an appeal for global technology ecosystem.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for that question, and it's an honor to be here at Meritex Ventures. We have been collaborating with STPI now for a while on many meaningful initiatives on capacity building and entrepreneurship development. And now what we're seeing is really the start of a new era. We've gone from .com to deep tech in a span of a decade. That itself is a testimony to the kind of evolution India is capable of. So when you look at it from an investor's perspective, now what do investors fund? Essentially, they fund risk-adjusted outcomes. So how do we deliver those risk-adjusted outcomes as a nation? Well, what we should probably be mindful of is that the world sees us still as very investable because the seculars are really there, and a lot of my esteemed fellow panelists have talked about the DPI. We are not building on a white paper here. We are building from great expansive penetration of digital infrastructure, which is a great place to start from when you think about innovation. Other than that, we have mentioned GCCs, we have, talked about the deep tech investments. So capital is already there, $1 billion plus deployed into deep tech alone. What we as a nation, when we think about investability of outcomes, we have to think of is de-risking one particular aspect, which is the commercialization of core IP-led innovation. And that is, when it goes from lab to market, how is that process, and is it broken, when it goes from, research to core IP to product, and then product to customer to revenue, and from revenue to a venture scale outcome. So those are the outcomes that investors fund. So I think that is where we have to probably think and signal in terms of creating more robust commercialization pathways. And at Meritex Ventures, we are investing in and advising increasingly core IP coming out of India, but built for the world. We have a great model of frugal innovation in India. And we are delivering those ROIs wherein we already have global deployments, international clients already unlocked for TRL6 companies, which I think is fantastic. And these are not even companies, which are from the tier 1 of India. We are talking about tier 2 cities, having companies in robotics, having core IP-led, very, very, astute founders who are specialists in their domain. All of it is happening here, and I think we are at a very exciting space, and capital always follows that kind of value creation. I think we are very well positioned.
Thank you, Nehaji. Working especially within the ecosystem which is present in tier 2 and tier 3, that is what our focus STPI has been. And I think taking investors like you to tier 2 and tier 3 cities is our charter. And we thank you for all your partnerships in past. Before I move on to the next panelist on the session, I've been told that Vishal Dev, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, sir, is also joined. So if sir is available, I think we can bring sir's audio, video on the mainframe. And I think if Vishal Dev sir is able to listen to us, so I'll request sir your video to be switched on so that we know that you're connected. Okay. Well, I think sir is there. So as India aspires to be, I think at this point of discussion, sir, we'd like to have you as India aspires to be Viksit Bharat by 2047. And we all know, and we have been discussing, sir, in the past here, that the next wave, next changes, next innovation is happening not just within the hinterlands of Bangalore and Pune and Hyderabad, but it is happening in the cities like Bhubaneswar. It is happening in various, Balasore, Deoghar, so in the various, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And given, sir, your work on the government of Odisha landscape, your work around the AI ecosystem, your work on building the semiconductor mission in government of Odisha, and also building the GCC ecosystem within the state of Odisha. Sir, we would like to hear from you, especially the state's perspective and how states are, states like yours is actually progressing and moving forward in terms of defining India's next leap. Sir, over to you. Yeah, sir, just your voice. Yes, sir. Sir, can you speak once more? Your voice is not coming here. So sorry. So sorry for the interruptions within the panel.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Love to be be there in Delhi and join the panel physically, but unfortunately there were some engagements here and I couldn't travel. Nevertheless, it's a very happy occasion, and let me first of all convey my greetings and best wishes to STPI on the occasion of its 35th Foundation Day. Over the last 3.5 decades, we all know STPI has become synonymous with the growth and transformation of India's IT and IT-enabled services sector. The organization has played a pioneering role in building India's software export ecosystem, creating world-class digital infrastructure, nurturing technology entrepreneurship, and enabling India to emerge as a global IT superpower. This occasion is particularly significant from Odisha's perspective because STPI Bhubaneswar happens to be one of the oldest STPI centers in the country. And it was established alongside pioneering centers such as Pune and Bengaluru. Since its inception, STPI Bhubaneswar has contributed very significantly towards the growth of IT sector in Odisha and has played a pivotal role in transforming Bhubaneswar into one of the leading technology destinations in the country. The impact of STPI's intervention can be seen across the state's technology landscape. Today, Odisha has the distinction of having 8 STPI centers, the largest number in any state in the country. This reflects the collective commitment of the Government of India, STPI, and the Government of Odisha towards fostering inclusive, technology-led growth and creating opportunities beyond traditional metropolitan hubs. The Government of Odisha and STPI share a long-standing and highly successful partnership. Together, we have worked across multiple initiatives to strengthen the IT ecosystem, promote innovation, support startups, encourage electronics manufacturing, develop digital infrastructure, and create high-quality employment opportunities for our youth. As STPI celebrates this important milestone, I compliment the entire STPI fraternity for its commendable contribution to India's digital transformation journey and wish the organization continued success in shaping the next generation of technology-led growth and innovation. As India aspires towards Viksit Bharat 2047, I believe we are witnessing a pivotal moment in our technology journey. When we talk about India's next technology leap, we are discussing something fundamentally different from the first phase of India's digital transformation. The first phase, as we all know, was largely driven by IT services, software exports, and a handful of technology hubs. The next phase, I'm confident, will be driven by emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, semiconductors, advanced electronics, data centers, digital public infrastructure, deep tech innovation, and Industry 4.0 technologies. More importantly, I think this phase will be far more distributed, collaborative, and state-led. States today are no longer merely implementing national policy. They are becoming active architects of technology ecosystems. They are creating the conditions that enable innovation, attract investment, develop talent, and foster industry growth. From a governance perspective, I believe states have 3 critical responsibilities. Firstly, we must create forward-looking policy frameworks. Emerging technologies evolve rapidly and governments need to move with similar agility. Policy should not simply regulate technology, it should enable innovation, reduce friction, and create confidence for investors and entrepreneurs. Secondly, we must build enabling infrastructure. Technologies companies today require much more than office space. They need reliable power, high quality connectivity, research infrastructure, testing facilities, data infrastructure, incubation ecosystems, and specialized industrial clusters. And finally, governments themselves must become adopters of technology. Public sector demand often acts as a catalyst for innovation, whether it is AI-driven governance, digital public services, healthcare, agriculture, education, or citizen services. Governments can create real-world opportunities for emerging technologies to scale. This philosophy has shaped Odisha's approach over the last several years. An important aspect of India's success story is our federal structure. Many transformative initiatives begin with a national vision and are then adapted by states to suit their unique strengths and aspirations. Whether it is Digital India, Startup India, India AI Mission, India Semiconductor Mission, Atmanirbhar Bharat, or the broader vision of Viksit Bharat, these national frameworks provide direction and momentum. The role of states is to translate that vision into execution through policy innovation, infrastructure creation, talent development, and industry partnerships. In Odisha, we have consciously adopted this approach. Rather than viewing technology sectors in isolation, we have worked towards building a comprehensive innovation ecosystem aligned with national priorities while leveraging Odisha's unique strengths. Our focus has been on creating multiple growth engines simultaneously: artificial intelligence, semiconductors, electronics manufacturing, global capability centers, fintech, data centers, deep tech startups, and digital infrastructure. A significant milestone in this journey was the launch of Odisha's artificial intelligence policy. We were among the first states in India to introduce a dedicated AI policy, reflecting our belief that AI will become the foundational infrastructure for economic growth and governance. We have established the Odisha AI mission to drive AI adoption across government departments, support innovation, and create opportunities for startups and industry partners. Our approach to AI extends beyond experimentation. We are focused on practical deployment across healthcare, agriculture, education, disaster resilience, urban governance, and citizen services. These are the sectors which we've identified as priority sectors for the state of Odisha. Equally important is the creation of AI infrastructure. Recently, Odisha entered into a strategic partnership with Sarvam AI to support sovereign AI compute infrastructure and large-scale GPU capabilities. We also partnered with Google on cloud and AI initiatives spanning capacity building, pilot projects, cloud adoption, and digital infrastructure modernization. These initiatives demonstrate an important shift in thinking. States must not only consume emerging technologies, they must actively participate in building the foundational capabilities that support them. At this stage, it is worth stepping back and looking at the larger national context. Our Honorable Prime Minister has consistently spoken about Purvodaya, the rise of Eastern India as a major driver of India's future growth. We believe emerging technologies provide a unique opportunity to translate Honorable Prime Minister's vision into reality. Unlike traditional industrial sectors, many of these technology ecosystems are still being built. States therefore have an opportunity not merely to participate in established value chains, but to create entirely new centers of innovation, manufacturing, and digital infrastructure. For Odisha, this is not merely a state development agenda. It is our contribution to India's broader technology and economic transformation. Another area where we see tremendous opportunity is the semiconductor sector. The global semiconductor industry is undergoing a historic transformation, driven by supply chain diversification, geopolitical shifts, and rapidly growing demand from AI, automotive electronics, telecommunications, and digital infrastructure sectors. Odisha has adopted a long-term vision for this opportunity. Rather than focusing on a single segment, we are building capabilities across the value chain, from design and R&D to manufacturing, advanced packaging, skilling, and research partnerships. Today, Odisha is emerging as a promising semiconductor destination with multiple approved projects under the India Semiconductor Mission. We have launched the OCHIP program to support chip design, innovation, and startup development. A particularly significant milestone has been the partnership between the Government of Odisha, Intel Corporation, and 3D Glass Solutions to establish a world-class advanced semiconductor glass core packaging substrate manufacturing facility in Odisha. This is something which is a matter of pride, not just for Odisha, but for the whole country. It's for the first time that Intel is entering India for setting up a manufacturing facility. Advanced packaging is increasingly becoming the frontier of semiconductor innovation, especially in the era of artificial intelligence and high-performance computing. Such partnerships have the potential to position Odisha not merely as a manufacturing destination, but as a global hub for advanced semiconductors, AI infrastructure, next-generation data centers, and digital technologies. Taken together, these initiatives reflect our broader ambition to build one of India's most advanced ecosystem for semiconductors, AI, electronics, and digital infrastructure, aligned with Odisha Vision 2036 and National Vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. However, one lesson that we have learned is that technology ecosystems cannot be built through incentives alone. They require patient capital, strong institutions, world-class research, specialized talent, industry participation, and sustained policy commitment over many years. This brings me to the role of industry and capital. Investors today increasingly evaluate ecosystems rather than individual projects. They want confidence that talent will be available, infrastructure will be reliable, policies will remain stable and governments will remain responsive. As states, our responsibility is therefore to create trust, predictability, and long-term confidence. In Odisha, we have focused extensively on investor facilitation, ease of doing business, infrastructure development, and policy stability. This has helped us attract investments in strategic partnerships across semiconductors, AI infrastructure, data centers, advanced electronics, and GCCs. But perhaps the most important factor remains talent. Technology leadership ultimately depends on people. No amount of capital can compensate for a shortage of skilled talent. Recognizing this, Odisha has invested very significantly in skilling and capacity building. We are closely working with industry, academia, STPI, centers of excellence, and international partners to create talent pipelines in semiconductors, AI, cloud computing, cybersecurity, fintech, and other emerging sectors. Our partnerships with institutions in Singapore, Malaysia, leading universities across the world, and industry leaders are all directed towards this singular objective of skilling. Our goal is simple: to ensure that every technology investment is supported by an equally strong talent ecosystem. As I conclude, I would like to leave one thought. India's next technology leap will not be driven by a single city, a single company, or even a single technology. It will be driven by a network of ambitious states working closely with industry, investors, startups, academia, and the Government of India. The opportunity before us is therefore not merely to participate in the next wave of technological change, the opportunity is to shape it. We see Odisha evolving into a critical pillar of India's technology future and a key contributor to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Through the spirit of Purvodaya, Odisha is committed to ensuring that Eastern India becomes not only a beneficiary of India's technology growth, but one of its principal drivers. On this special occasion of STPI's 35th Foundation Day, I once again congratulate the entire STPI fraternity for its remarkable journey and contribution towards making India a global technology leader. We look forward to working together to build the next generation of innovation ecosystems that will power India's growth and prosperity for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 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 Thanks a lot, sir. It's wonderful hearing you, and I think you very rightly said, and I know, sir, you are pressed with time, but you very rightly said the India's or Bharat next tech leap, tech leap is actually going to build collaboratively with states, with national priorities, and obviously the ecosystem which we represent. So once again, I thank you, sir, for your kind participation in the event today, and your kind words for both to STPI and its officers, as well as to the industry and to the founders and the startups which are sitting outside. So once again, thank you. Thank you for your presence. So taking back, sir, namaskar. Taking back this session now, I think we heard just from Government of Odisha the wonderful work which Government of Odisha is doing, and especially aligning with national priorities, the mission and the objectives, and the action plan comes from the state, right? And we also have in the panel Mr. Vincent, who is working very closely with the Government of Odisha, and especially I think his play as a GFTN as a Singapore organization, and it is working within the financial technology space. And with the state of Odisha, I was there when the launch happened. I think if not wrong, almost 8-9 months back when the launch of the activity happened. And since then, you've been working very closely with the Government of Odisha and defining the talent pipeline from within the financial ecosystem. So my question to you is, especially when you see India as a country, right, and when you see the talent here, right, you've been working with the global ecosystems. So what guidance you would like to give for the industry to move forward, and especially for the academia and the organization like STPI, which are also working with the grassroots talent improvement level as well. So over to you, Vincent.
Thank you very much. First, let me congratulate STPI for your 35th Foundation Day. I think it's truly tremendous that you're celebrating this very, very long journey. And I want to also say it's very timely for Mr. Vishal to address us, and the works that he's doing in Odisha, the EIE and IT is tremendous. He is really leading the action in Odisha with policy And what GFTN does is that we come in as an ecosystem builder, in particularly in fintech and insurtech area of work. What we have done is that we have partnered the ENIT in Odisha government to establish 4 pillars. Because we believe that a solution cannot be silos. It has to be in a group of systems. So the first pillar being the talent development and capacity building. We need a talent pool, like what Mr. Vishal has said, and a lot of the delegations have said that the talent pool is important. The youth today are our next generation leaders. And so it is very important that we concentrate on them and give them the right skills. We had the second pillar that convenes the global minds sharing, and whereby we have recently in February conducted the Black Swan Summit in India. We were very lucky to have the President of India, Madam Mahmood, to come and join us for the event. And so that brought international presence and also obviously local partners to come to meet together. And our next Black Swan Summit event, it will be on February next year, and we hope to for all you all to join us as well. It is important because Black Swan Summit, why it's called Black Swan, is really about disrupting. The Black Swan metaphor is about disrupting, and we hope to bring disruption, not for chaos, but more to bring people together and break mindsets. I think that is the third pillar that we are doing is the incubation and accelerator programs, that we bring startups in to join hands and to connect them with various startups in India and importantly globally as well. And so that's the third pillar, and obviously the fourth pillar is the GCC piece. Obviously we need infrastructure to establish the incubators, the starters, so that they are a place to play. And also importantly, attracting global investors to come to India. And so in this very important work that we are doing is just an ecosystem builder. And right now we are right at the beginning of our work. And we are very glad that we are able to join with STPI to further this work through the GCC space and through the startup programs as well within Odisha and hopefully out of Odisha to Pan-India. And so we are looking forward to having STPI partner with us for this very amazing journey ahead. Going back to your question about skills, I think generally we have just finished our first cohort training with the Odisha college students. We have about 200 of them graduating from a certificate that we introduced. It is certificate from the National University of Singapore, ranked number 8 in the world, and we have introduced this certificate called the FinTech InsurTech Certificate to the students. And the whole idea is to really raise the literacy level of the students in terms of FinTech and InsurTech. And this is a 5-month course, it's a hybrid with a 2 weeks face-to-face course at Skills Development Institute. And so, so each year we are hoping to get about 700 students, and over a course of 5 years, we hope to raise about 7,000 students to be FinTech and InsurTech trained. And the whole idea really is to feed the ecosystem of the startups and hopefully the overseas investors coming in into this system. Well, I must say that the skills level in colleges are already at a high place, and it is quite difficult to add on more, really. But I think India is already at a strong position, and I am glad that the government has given a lot of effort to raise the next generation of leaders. And I'll just say 3 things in terms of skills. The first one is hard skills. Obviously, the generation before us has already done the BTech, or the technology-enabled academic training. I think we have commerce students, we have science students, and I think this is a good start and a good base to begin with. And one of the things that we now need to move on is really about, not about just the student knowing how to code, but knowing how to code and solve a business solution. Yesterday's world is about just having the hard skill. The next generation world must be about learning the skill and applying them to solve real world business. And I think what we have observed is that in our program, we have tried to apply capstone projects into the curriculum to enable them to connect theory to practice. And that's how we try to get the real world experience to the students. I think the second one is about hard skill, is about having the business acumen to understand how a business works, how a business manage risks, and how a business create align to ethics and regulations. I think these are the things that AI alone cannot do it for us. So while we need to play along with AI, our activities and training must still be human-centered. That is our core belief, right? And then the second skill is about soft skills. I think apart from the hard skills, knowing the baseline, we need to know about how to communicate the idea. And not in today's world, and India is going to global, it's not just about communicating in English, but also in other languages when you go overseas. My experience in Japan is that a lot of them would be the Japanese companies will be very interested when the Indian students are able to speak Japanese. And so they are super excited about such phenomena. So I think there's something that I think, again, India is in a very good state. English is a baseline, and people is a good working language. I think the last one I wanted to just share is about the hard skill. When I say hard skill, I mean the heart, the hard skill, whereby, again, because of AI and transformation, a lot of the routine work is already taken out. And right now, the benefit and advantage is about then focusing on the analytics, on the resilience of the heart and the motivation to push on the project. A lot of the students, unfortunately, through the rigor of the course, because NUS is a very high level certificate course, sometimes the rigor gets very, very tough. And one of the things that we needed to do is to continue to motivate them to be online. When you're online and you're offline, it is quite different. So these are the small things that we continue to encourage and motivate them. But largely, these are the three things that I would think that India could focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think thank you for your great work which you are doing in the state of Odisha, and would like that to be extended to the rest of the country as well. I think you rightly said India is our, when it comes to technology talent, India is world capital in terms of the talent, tech talent. But when it comes to the domain-specific talent, I think the work needs to be done. So we must thank you. And STPI in its own portfolio also runs an STPI Skill Up program, and that program is also to about ensuring that the learning and training can happen at early stage within the domains, tech domains as well as outside, right? And we obviously focus only on a physical mode right now because of the challenges which you said. But we'll come back to you, I think, with an audience question. Let me go to Samir. And Samir, thank you for patiently waiting for so long. I know Fund Enable has been working great in terms of, again, funding the startups, finding right startups across the India. Probably, my question would be, we talk about distributed capital being built up in India, right? I think the need of distributed capital, and the term itself is the capital which is available probably in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I know Fund Enable does a great amount of work in the investment stage, but what do you see when you talk about distributed capital and merge that with the Bharat Tech, right? Do you see there's a need for that? And if yes, what the people like you in terms of investment industry are trying to do that?
Perfect. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me for the 35th foundation of STPI. Congratulations to the ones who are associated with this organization. We have recently been empaneled with STPI as well for doing a lot of activities with the COEs that are present pan-India. Now, talking about the early stage funding. Now, the organizations like STPIs are already playing their part, being there in tier 2, tier 3 cities where they are supporting, nurturing startup with the seed grant or seed capital that is required by the startup. To add on to this, what can be done is basically the state government coming in with better schemes, better opportunities, better hand-holding for the startups. We recently, heard from the Odisha government on what all initiatives they are working on, right? Similar to that, if all states are coming up with such, opportunities for startups, it will be a cakewalk for startups to go to the next level from the foundation stage or from the ideation stage. I believe capital is basically, in tier 2, tier 3 cities, it's basically a bit of problem, but there are opportunities available where incubation centers are virtually incubating other startups from pan-India, and they are trying to nurture those startups as well. So opportunities are already there, but to eventually focus on a specific region, the state government, organizations like STPIs, the family offices over there, and the angel investors can eventually come in together and help those startups to nurture and take them to the next level. So this is about the capital distribution, how it can eventually help startups in those geographies to eventually grow to the next stage.
Thank you, Samir. I think before I take up the audience questions, and I would request people just to raise their hand, and probably we'll take 2 questions from the audience. In the paucity of time, we'll have to wrap that up. But before I wrap up, I will request Sri Anand Tiwari ji, the Special Secretary in the Government of Delhi. Sir, I think in this audience, in the room today, we have startup founders sitting out there who want to make Delhi as a home, right? And also big companies who want to probably establish big offices. I know, sir, you've spoken in the past, but what is the immediate thing which, as a Government of Delhi can bring up to their table? And if you can throw some light around that. And also, I know a lot of work which is being done at the school and college level in terms of technology, in the talent gap, right? So if you want to throw some light, sir, on the 3 areas.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take up from where Samir left. He said the governments need to create an ecosystem for startups. So I'll just run you through the initiatives that the Government of Delhi is taking in right earnest. And I will divide these initiatives into 2 verticals. One is the policy ecosystem, and then the second would be the implementation opportunities. So on the policy ecosystem, the Industries Department of the Government of Delhi is coming out very shortly with 2 very major policy initiatives. One is the Industries Policy, which is a special focus on startups and deep tech companies, industries. And there is a separate startup policy which is coming shortly. So that would be specially focused on the startups, on promoting the startup ecosystem and giving them incentives and providing them opportunities. Added to this, there is a third policy that we are bringing in the form of an act, is the ease of doing business policy. So an EODB policy is also coming up as part of the deregulation exercise of Government of India. So that is coming. So these 3 major policy initiatives coming from the Industries Department. As IT department, we are coming up with a semiconductor policy. We also in Delhi would like to be part of the semiconductor ecosystem. Wherever we fit in, we have our challenges in terms of geography and space, but we would like to fit into the parts of the semiconductor ecosystem where it's possible. We are coming up with a drone policy, wherein we are supporting, endeavoring to support the drone ecosystem in terms of research, in terms of pilot projects and civil use of drone technology. So we are coming up with that. In terms of talent development, we have recently, we are setting up, we recently got an approval from Government of India MIT for setting up 2 AI centers for excellence. We are partnering with NSUT and IP University in that, and we are setting up those Center for Excellence, AI Center for Excellence in these universities. And as part of this project, which is a 4-year project, a state and central government project, we will be supporting startups doing AI, work in AI, field of AI. We'll be developing talent through hackathons and such initiatives. So that part is there. We have recently come up we believe that government can be a very good enabler in terms of, giving opportunities to industry and startups in particular. So we have recently come out with an expression of interest, wherein we have invited startups who have a commercial scale product, and they have just done one implementation of that. We have invited them to participate with Government of Delhi. We have said that we will give you a platform for doing a proof of concept, and if found viable and suitable, mutually beneficial, we will scale them up to an implementation stage. So that effort we are doing. Unfortunately, the last date is over, but then we can come up with another round. And we have had a very good response to that. We are also looking at, using newer age technologies and deep tech in enhancing our citizen delivery outreach. So our e-district platform, which is our biggest platform for the service delivery to citizens, we are enhancing its capacities through AI-enabled features and through the use of latest technology. We are coming up with a unified data hub project wherein we are endeavoring to create a citizen database and a family ID and then use it as a decision tool for delivery of benefit-led schemes. We're doing a lot of work in the field of environment because environment is a major challenge for the city and for the government as well. So we are doing a lot of work there. We have partnered with IIT Kanpur for setting up, we are going for a micro-sensor based assessment of the pollution and the AQI measurements. We are working with the IIT Chennai for doing a test product of anti-smog surface which a chemical treatment which would work as an anti-smog agent. We are in advanced stage of discussion with STPI for setting up a incubation and innovations setup in Delhi. That's an ambitious project that we are targeting. We would also, endeavor to make GCC a part of it. So these are the initiatives that the government of India, as the government of Delhi is taking, both on the policy front and the implementation front. And we would be very keen to partner with STPI and other agencies to take this mandate forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I must commend the great amount of work that the government of Delhi has initiated. We heard just the various policy initiatives which the government of Delhi is going to take, and I'm sure for the founders, there is still a great chance in terms of getting your POC ready again and probably coming back to government of Delhi. Thank you, sir, again for participating and creating something together with STPI. As a closing remarks, I will go one by one. Amit, you want to add something as a closing remark? And any audience questions you have, please just raise your hand. Okay, I'll take one question later on. But yes, Amit. Or can somebody take the mic there and I will take the question and we will close that. Yeah, please.
Yeah. First of all, congratulations on the 35th anniversary of STPI. My name is Dwanindra. I am from Nagaland. I'm a filmmaker and a research scholar in visual ethnography on culture study. I'll just put up my question to Ms. Neha about this particular research, module for IP sector. Particularly, I am building a cultural repository which is integrated with AI technology for our cultural heritage from Northeast India. I'm also making a feature film, but I would like to know how can we integrate AI technology with the trend that we have now, particularly on a sensitive topic of cultural responsibility, identification, and I would like to have this platform, like say, as a filmmaker to produce and have an access worldwide, and also to have a data bank of our folk tales and folk stories, accessible, and to identify with geotagging and geomapping, So,
yeah. And before you take up the question here, I'll just, let's hear the video message because we couldn't get Beren on the platform here. So and I think very related to what he just asked. So I'll request my AV team to just play the video message of Berenji. Can you bring up the video message? Yeah. Let's hear. Something.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the government, distinguished leaders from industry, STPI birthday boys and girls. If there's one lesson that technology has taught us, it is this: that by the time a 5-year policy is fully understood and executed, the purpose for which it is written may not exist in the same form. And nowhere is this more true than in our industry, in AI and gaming and immersive tech and animation and the creative industries. Why? Because the tools, they change every year. The workflows, therefore, change every year. And then we need to curate and make sure that there are enough skills that can look at these emerging jobs of today and tomorrow. And what does that mean? That the policy can no longer be a static document which you file away on the bookshelf. It must be a living, dynamic entity. It must be a framework, just a broad framework that evolves, and the elements within it can kind of change every year or every 2 years to reflect the realities of how new business models are emerging, the technology is changing, global competition is knocking at the doors of other places, and the skills that are then required can be curated for the jobs of tomorrow. And because our sector, the AVGC XR sector, animation, visual effects, games, comics, etc., in 2030 will look nothing like it does today. That's why policy must move beyond regulation and become an active enabler of the innovation economy that we talk about. We need those dynamic skilling frameworks, AI-ready infrastructure, more collaboration between industry and academia, and the ways that policy and government will enable them. And this will create the original IP in storytelling and technology. And this will create the agile mechanisms that allow all our institutions to come together in a seamless fashion. And this is precisely where STPI can continue to play a transformative role, serving not just as in infrastructure and policy enablers, but as a catalyst that connects technology, entrepreneurship, talent, policy, all in one combine. The future is not going to wait for us to catch up. And policy itself must learn to evolve at that speed of innovation. I've been privileged to be working on the first state policy of AVGC more than 12 years ago in Karnataka, and I was nominated thereafter to help charter the national AVGC policy blessed by the Prime Minister and the central government. Since then, STPI has partnered in Telangana with our COE for games, and I've also been working very closely at the Center of Excellence in Shillong for animation and the Center of Excellence in Imphal for AR, VR and XR, where I'm proud to be the chief mentor. So may I conclude by wishing all of you the very best for the next 35 years and offering to partner with you and the ecosystem to pioneer many more spaces in our industry that's rapidly becoming more and more deep tech for the future of the creative enterprise. In the age of exponential technology, the strongest policy is not one that will be carved in stone, but one that is capable of learning and adapting and growing alongside the future that it seeks to create. Thank you very much. Greetings.
Thank you. Thank you for that was Mr. Biren Ghosh. Sorry again, so Nehaji, you want to add on to the question as a closing remark as well?
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's so interesting what you're trying to do. And I think ties back to the goal of AI. The goal of AI is not to replace humans, it's to amplify our humanness. And cultural continuity is at the core of that. That's what makes us human. So there's so much that you can do. I mean, I'm just bouncing ideas. I would be happy to look at what you're building, but there is so much on the AI application level in terms of how can you use intelligence for cultural continuity, to stop cultures from fading, for cultural practices to be preserved, across different, socioeconomic data even, is a very interesting use case. I'd be happy to maybe collaborate with you on that, and maybe, we can discuss this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vincent and Amit, any closing comments from you? Please. We'll wrap it up immediately.
Again, well, we started our work in Odisha, and now the next lab for us will be going to Bihar, and in Bihar we will also be building an ecosystem there, and people tells us that they see challenges, but we see opportunities. Bihar has the youngest population in the state of India. And we are looking forward to working with the youth there to develop the talent there. And for them, their focus is on AI, and we are there to help them build the ecosystem. With that, thank you very much, STPI, again, for the wonderful invitation.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, Samir, any last closing comments from your side? And then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you so much, STPI, for doing this panel and inviting me to share my thoughts. That's basically it from my side. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I must thank the wonderful panel. Yes, Amit, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think let me also have a closing statement.
Please, please.
So I think as a nation, we are very much uniquely positioned in terms of the talent and the human capital. And at the same time, as an organization, I mean, as you all know, that we have been expanding and we have not been dependent on the metro cities only. We have always been going to tier 2 and hiring the people from them. But anyway, to STPI, thanks a lot. And I think with this forum, I have a very strong feeling that the successful in the next decade is not a distant aspiration. I mean, I think collectively all we can do it, and I think it starts here. Thank you.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful bringing such a panel. And as we sit within the cusp, what state, what investment capital, what industry, and what organization like STPI can do. So I think we got a great glimpse of what future lies. And thank you to my esteemed panelists here once again. Thank you.
Well, thank you for lending us the global and the regional voices through this discussion. For felicitating our panel, let me invite on stage Shri Venkat Rao, Director STPI. Shri Anand Tiwari. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting Subodh sir to also join for the felicitations. Sir, also if you could please stay back and felicitate Shri Amit Kumar Gupta ji. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. Let me now invite Shri Ashok Gupta, Director STPI, to felicitate Ms. Neha Malhotra. Let's give it up for Ms. Neha. Shri Sameer Sheikh. So please, Shri Sameer Sheikh. Mr. Vincent. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. May I also request you to stay back for a group picture of the panel? So please join for the group picture of a panel. Well, now, to unpack the critical world of deep tech financing, please welcome on stage Shri Amish, Principal, Chirate Ventures. He will be speaking on the theme From Seed to Scale, Building the Continuum India's Deep Tech Startups Need to Take to the Next Leap. He leads portfolio growth and exits, working closely with investors, strategic partners, and bankers to follow on investments and acquisition opportunities. With over 21 years of experience across investment banking, consulting, and capital markets, including roles at McKinsey, Yes Bank, and PwC, he brings deep expertise in M&A, fundraise, and capital markets. Give it up for Shri Amish, ladies and gentlemen. May I also once again invite on stage Shri Subodh Sachanji, Director Scientist G, to, to welcome to welcome Shri Amish with the bouquet of flowers. We're looking forward to the final keynote address for the day. Let's cheer up, everyone.
Should we wait for a minute? Hello. I'll take a start. The topic is very interesting about what is the role of VCs in the startup. Okay. If I were to ask a simple question, if there is a company on the right, let's say 5,000 crores plus revenues, very, very profitable, growing 25% per annum. Okay. This is one company where you have the option to invest. Okay. On the other side, there's a company, there's an individual who's just out of college. Okay, he's done his IIT or some engineering somewhere. Okay, he comes up and says, I want to solve myopia in this country. Okay, I just have an idea. I'll use a lot of technology, which will be in innovation of the product, which will be in selling of the product, procurement of the product, and letting the world know that such a product exists. Who will you back? May I? Who will you back? The company on the right, which is established, profitable, all your money is secure, or the company on the left, which is a guy, who's just a youngster who's just come to you with enthusiasm and an idea. On the left, great. We have one person who's willing to fund the young boy. How about others? Any thoughts? Yes, ma'am. On the left, how much will you fund if that person comes to you? He's asking 10 crores. He's just a guy who's come to meet you. He has nothing. He's just a paper plan that I want to do something in life. Okay? Staggered away. Great. So good. I think generally I understand that we all invest in stock markets, possibly. Many of us do. And this would be an opportunity which will be ripe for all of us to invest. But possibly this was the guy who first came. And then he became this. Guess anybody? What company am I talking about? Any guesses? Zomato and myopia. Myopia is to do with eyes. Right? Any guesses? Absolutely correct. Full marks for it. So this was the person who came to us for funding. I am Amish Jedia. I work with a VC fund called Chirate Ventures. And the idea here to discuss is what is the role of a VC in the whole deep tech ecosystem or the tech ecosystem. Let me just not, confine, because there is so much of deep tech sitting even in eye wear or in the glass I'm wearing that, I can explain it further. But coming back, this is where we came in, the role of a VC, to fund somebody so that eventually all of you can fund him here, right? That's a journey. That's the story of a VC. I hope it's a simple, good start to what the topic has been for discussion. Thank you. So, okay, I'm sorry, the screen, the chairs, are going to hide some of it, but no problem. We'll cover it. So there are different stages of funding in the life of a founder. The moment he comes up with an idea. Now that person could be a young guy out of college. It could be a person who is 20 years experience, has done some business in life, and wants to do something new, or thereabouts. So the first round would be where the person would get funding from his friends and family, possibly. He'll put his own money, he or she. In the next stage, there would be angel investors, like people in this room, who are willing to, as ma'am said, that I can give, let's say, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs over a staggered period. So that's what angel investors would do. That, okay, we'll give you a small amount, maybe 10 of us giving 10 lakhs or 5 lakhs, and there's a small person capital that person can start with. Then comes the stage where a venture capital fund comes in. We come in, I mean, across the first 3 stages, VCs can come in. Not that we come only here at Series A. This is the terminology of A, B, C languages, but the idea is, first is the concept. Second is just building a little bit of a product. Third is finding that yes, the product sells. Fourth is now scaling, which is where the next level of investors come in. And eventually public markets, IPO, M&A, as the company scales. What does a VC typically do? Or how do you think it is comparing to, the value add? Is it just the money which is coming into from a venture capital fund? What is the role that some of us are going to play? Of course, we will provide money to the guy. But beyond that, the first thing that happens is there is some kind of a validation that, hey, somebody is backing this person, okay? And it's an institution. Now, venture capital fund is a set of people who are continuously assessing startups, meeting them day in, day out, coming up with their own hypothesis that what is the trend which will be possibly going ahead, coming in the country, in the world, going to disrupt the world, or it could be a product which is going to be for India, or a product which is going to be for the world, or a particular service, or a particular technology. So once a VC funding happens, there's some kind of validation, and that is where there is trust building with customers, with the ecosystem, that hey, somebody's backing these guys, right? So there is some merit to the idea this person, this young boy who's brought on table. Second, it can help hire. Now, when a company starts with, let's say, 10 crores of capital, he will not be able to pay a 10 crore or a 5 crore or a 1 crore salary to anybody. How can he lure top talent? Possibly give ESOPs. And you would have heard that after the IPOs of some of these marquee companies, Swiggy, Zomato, how many 100 crore, 50 crore, 30 crore kind of net worth guys came in the market, right? It was all the ESOPs, and they were able to get great talent. Third is institutionalizing. What we also do is help set systems and processes, governance norms in a company that are set once we start coming in the company. Generally, as they say that, hey, I can take a decision anywhere, anytime, right? A single founder or a group of founders who are friends, right? But here a board structure is set up. Whatever they do, they will have to discuss with us, and we become a sounding board. Fourth, we will enable them to raise more capital. You would have heard companies raising 5 million, 10 million, 50 million, 500 million and thereabouts, right? We saw Anthropic raising at a valuation of 965 million, around 65 billion that they've raised, right? So we enable raising capital. So once we've come in, we'll contact with the larger funds and say that this is the portfolio that we have. Do you want to take a look and come in at the next stage? Then we also enable an entry in the ecosystem, because we ourselves are funded by people like you. Okay, a lot of corporates, a lot of banks, a lot of financial institutions, a lot of individuals, HNIs, family offices, other startup founders. They give us money so that we can deploy in startups, right? So we will give them access to all this ecosystem where they can find their own set of customers. Beyond that, possibly a little bit of long-term thinking, right? That, hey, take the money, invest in R&D, take the money, set up your manufacturing, take the money, do your branding. Because a person out of college, again, Piyush was not out of college, just to clarify, but he was working in US in a tech firm, then he came back to India and decided to do something. But we are there, okay, boss, take time. It's okay, you don't have to rush immediately tomorrow. Like our, traditional Indian concept has been, money should be made, right? But we are letting the person focus so that money can be made in slightly longer term and not from day zero. Yeah. Now, some of the other things that we can do beyond money, I want to elaborate a little bit more and take certain examples from our portfolio itself, right? So there are a few things that I'm adding here, okay? Let me cover each of it in a very, very quick fashion. So on the first hand, we are thinking of, helping the company think of a mission or a vision. As I said, somebody wanted to correct myopia. No, there was not a statement that I want to sell glasses or eyewear, right? This is the long-term thinking. India, as a country, we have a lot of people wearing specs. Even in this room, we can find at least 40% of us wearing specs, right? But the incidence of myopia is very high. And somebody has a vision that I want to solve it in a fashion-able manner, in an eco-friendly manner, in an accessible manner, in an affordable manner, right? So that's what somebody is trying to solve. Now, there is a company we've invested which has an AI. Can we do Q&A after this? Sorry? Somebody raised hand. Yeah. So there is a company which is selling a small robo in the US primarily. It's an expensive thing, so may not be sold too much in India. But the robo is not just an entertainment source. It's like a companion or a sibling to a kid. 5 lakh such units have been sold by this company. And now, as a next step, the company is saying, as they grow further, this companion could also be for elderly citizens. You know, if they're alone at home, this robo can talk to them, have emotions, right? Something like around creative thinking. We have invested in a marketing automation company. What it says that you are a marketing guy, focus on your creativity. Rest everything I will do, all the paperwork. I'll create the ad. You just tell me what ad to create. I'll create it. I'll place it on Facebook, Google, wherever, right? So that is something on mission vision. I spoke of governance, right? We have teams inside, you know, qualified specialists who are working with the company in setting their MICs, setting their systems, okay, getting monthly checks. We review data which comes in every month and triangulate that, is it in line with what they were thinking? And we'll also focus on a lot of integrity. We have seen, you know, practices which may or may not be ethical. We have to ensure that there is ethical growth and the focus on that. We also do a lot of mentoring, coaching to the founders. Sometimes it's, you know, young set of people, 2-3 of them have come together. There could be conflicts. So with our experience, how do we help them manage conflicts between them, be friendly and focus on the larger picture? We also help them in skilling. Like today we saw Biren come on the line for, you know, a session before this. Now we will have access to a Biren possibly. And if a company is in the media domain, we'll help them access and talk to Biren, right? So this is something that you can do. On the business pivots, now something very interesting. The second company again, now when Lenskart started, there were 4 cards, a back card, a jewel card, an eye card, right? All of the other cards were more revenue generating than the eyewear thing. But we said, hey, bags, it's common, we will find everywhere. Okay, jewelry, there are enough and more brands, and you know, a lot of, you know, regional brands now becoming national. But in eyewear, there's nothing which is organized or very, very big or very affordable. Okay, so that's where, with the guidance, and you'll find a Forbes article on this, that all the other businesses were shut, and the focus was on the smallest division, which was the eyewear division, and today we know what history is, right? So a lot of business pivots also happen with the guidance of, you know, people, some of us, I would not take full credit for it, but some of us on the board will play that role for the founder as well. Strategic reorientation. One of our fitness brands also had a food business, which was to eat fit. But there were 2 founders. The other founder said, can I sell cakes? Okay. Can I expand the market? By investors asking me for growth as well. So that's when the 2 founders very amicably made it into 2 businesses. One is a very large fitness chain. Okay. The other is a very successful 1,000 crore food brand, right? So there is potential to grow, and we are going to be supportive of all of that. Next part is around recruitment. I alluded to it. GTMs, partnerships, all the large players, the NVIDIAs, the Googles, etc., will work with us. Because of us, they will get access to 50, 100 startups that are in their ecosystem. So it becomes a win-win. Our startups will get credits, they will get a customer early on. So these are things which we are able to further augment for a guy, right? Then similarly on, you know, backward integration, forward integration, that same food company, we work with them, and today they acquired a mill which is making atta. Okay, they are consuming some tons and tons of atta every month. So they decided, if we can acquire a guy who is running a mill, I will have additional 3 or 4% margin creation and control over quality. Similarly, in the case of, you know, one of the baby wear companies, they are possibly the largest diaper manufacturing company in the country today. Okay, beyond the global brands that we know, there is a brand which is selling, and most of the manufacturing is owned by this portfolio company of ours, right? So things happen that way. Beyond that, lot of focus on AI adoption. Today, you know, as Suchan also mentioned, that we have, you know, AI focus, deep tech focus. So we are ensuring that how each company is focusing on AI for making systems and processes better, automating things in life, right? So one of our companies uses satellite imagery for getting food data, agriculture data. They are covering 66 million hectares of land across the world. And the kind of data they are sitting on, possibly nobody else in the world will have that kind of data, where they're able to predict where, you know, what will be the impact of pesticide, what will be the impact of monsoon, etc. on the agri-produce. And customers like Walmart in the world are using such a solution. Then there is this, you know, robo I spoke of. There is an emotional intelligence. This robo, once you walk in the room, you can tell a kid, hey, what happened? Your mood is down. Did a teacher scold at you? Now, this kind of an emotional intelligence can't be seen generally in robots, but this company has. Now, imagine the whole physical AI that is happening, and if this company collaborates with them, what will happen to the future of robotics? Similarly, on the fundraise, we as a fund run a program called Spotlight, where in a single room, hundreds of investors will come and will meet with our portfolio companies. The moment they meet with them, they're able to assess this company. They may not invest immediately, but they will keep in touch. It's a platform for discovery that, hey, such startups, such ideas exist, and such investors exist, and they can come together and work with each other in the future. Similarly, Government of India today is doing a lot in the startup ecosystem. There's a whole concept of RDIF, that kind of funding which is coming in. So we will also work with our startups and help them figure out how do we access that kind of capital, right? And also, as I said, that a lot of corporates, family offices fund us. So we'll further introduce them with our startups so they can also place a bet there and support the company in their journey. Last and one of the most important things is M&A and IPO. M&A would also entail not only buying a company, but at times we can also guide our founders that, hey, maybe this is time you sell it, okay? If your lack of funding, if you're not able to grow as well, maybe there's a larger company who can do more justice by providing technology, people, money. You may continue with the firm, may not continue. That is the choice between the buyer and the seller. But at least the idea which was germinated will survive in the larger house. So these are things which, are emotional, but have to be worked around with the founders. And this is something that we on the sounding board can do. Similarly, on the IPO side, of course, we've seen the Lenskart IPO, but right now this fitness brand is also working towards an IPO. So we will work with them to figure out what is the right timing, right focus, right market, and the reason to list, right? We have done 5 IPOs so far and 3 more in the pipeline from our side. That's what we are, broadly, Chirate. 20-year-old firm, one of the oldest VCs, 1.4 billion, so broadly more than 10,000 crores of AUM. And we backed more than 140 companies, some of the successful names you can see. And we come in at a very early stage to back ideas across, from idea stage to initial momentum. Thank you. Thank you so much, STPI, for giving me this platform, this opportunity. Congratulations. May you cross more and more milestones and add value to the country and support people like us. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Just be there. Wait.
Thank you for breaking down those very technical concepts. Thank you for breaking those technical concepts into such digestible functions. Requesting Sanjay sir to do the felicitation. Sanjay sir, request you to come together for a group picture, please. Thank you for that very, very gripping presentation. We now enter our final high-octane panel discussion of the summit, featuring the ultimate disruptors, our startup founders. The theme is Built in India, Built for the World, how India's new deep tech founders are turning hardware, AI, and grit into global products. And to moderate this raw, insightful conversation, I invite Dr. Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO, BioRx Ventures. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Vishal Gandhi. Please also welcome our panel of founders, Shri Ankit Mehta, co-founder and CEO, IdeaForge, joining us virtually. IdeaForge, which is India's leading drone company specializing in defense and civil applications. A mechanical engineering graduate from IIT Bombay, Mr. Mehta co-founded Idea Forge in 2007 and has since led its rise as a global leader in the dual-use drone manufacturing. Next on, we are joined by Sri Ravi Shankar, Executive Vice President Networks, NEN Wadhwani Foundation. He is also co-founder and former CEO of Nearby.com, a hyper-local discovery platform which was successfully sold to Paytm, where he helped build the merchant marketing services vertical. He brings extensive experience in business development, general management, entrepreneurship, IT, marketing, and e-commerce. We are also joined by Dr. Srishti Batra, CTO, Cuisines Lab Private Limited, a deep tech startup developing AI-driven solutions for agri-tech. An interesting fact, she was featured on Shark Tank India Season 1, where she showcased the company's innovative deep technology. Let's give her a warm welcome. Let us also invite on stage Sri Sumit Mahapatra, co-founder, Stack Fusion Private Limited, a deep tech startup focusing on the infrastructure of automation solutions. He leads the business Stack Fusion and is responsible for sales, customer acquisition, new growth markets, product positioning in India and abroad. A huge round of applause, please. Let us also extend a warm welcome to Sri Amir Desai, founder and CEO LifeSpark Technologies Private Limited, a Mumbai-based medtech company developing AI-powered wearable devices and digital health solutions for neurological conditions. With the background electronics engineering and healthcare innovation, he has led the creation of Walk, a clinically validated wearable that helps people with Parkinson's disease improve mobility and reduce freezing episodes. Over to our very dynamic panel. Looking forward to this intriguing session.
So very good afternoon to everybody. It's like homecoming. I think STPI is like, you know, my home. And I've known only STPI for 4 years, but I think it looks like I've known since its foundation. And I'm very, very proud to be here today. And I think when Subodhji called me that I need to do a moderation of this panel, I didn't even ask him what topic, but I knew that he would have designed something very interesting for me. And I think this is the topic which so resonates with our daily work. And I think it connects with each one of you. And I couldn't think of having a better panelist than what actually we landed up seeing here. And we had a brief panel catch up. And I can tell you the way it has been designed. Of course, I was not part of the design, but it seemed it is very thoughtful. And thank you, Subodhji and STPI team for designing this panel, because you know, I think all of them bring a very unique insight to each sector. Because when we talk about deep tech is not just deep tech for the sake of saying deep tech. It's actually intermingulation of every sector. So Srishti comes from a hardcore agri-tech, and I'm looking forward to your insights. And then Ravi Shankar, who brings in super insights on how the network effects catalyzes the innovation to economy, because that's the purpose. And I remember when I was in IIT Delhi a couple of days back, and I was also given a small bag, and the quote says that if innovation cannot improve the life of individual, it means nothing. And I'm really glad that today we should really talk about the right policy framework that enables innovation, because India hasn't seen a disruption in innovation the way we are going to see now in the product side, because we have been actually a service-led economy. But I think that's a temporary arbitrage-based economy. It's not going to really work. So the product is the key. And I must tell you, and I'm sure all of you are aware, the market cap of a company like Google or Apple is equal to the entire market cap of India. And that speaks about that what is the real value of the innovation if it can actually reach the masses. And that's what this panel discussion should be throwing about. And I'm sure, we will have Rajiv talking about his experience on how the networks can make an impact. Then we have a very dynamic founder, Amey. Amey comes from a very interesting field of health tech, which I really look at, from investment perspective to venture building to absolutely any and every aspect in healthcare, we have dealt with it. And so I'm really looking forward to your insights, Amey. Building a healthcare business, right, 0 to 1 is a very difficult bet. But it does not make it worth if you don't scale it, because the real impact of scaling up comes when you do 0 to 1 journey. And I think we're really, really excited to hear your thoughts on how to build health tech businesses. I'm myself part of 41 healthcare ventures. I know how hard it is to build, but once you build, the kind of impact you to create, it's enormous. And I think that's the KPI that I look at. How many lives I have impacted directly, indirectly. And then Sumit. Sumit comes from a very interesting field. I think, all of us know about fintech. And I think Sumit has something very unique insights to share in fintech on the B2B side. And then, of course, last not the least, we are very fortunate to have Ankit Mehta. I have not met him in person, but since I'm very regular to IIT Bombay, and I'm a faculty at IIT Bombay, I teach entrepreneurial finance. But I think one of the success stories that IIT Bombay always claim to fame is actually how to look at IP to IPO. And we would look at Ankit talking about that, because that's the journey. Not many founders, being a deep tech guy for 27 years, I haven't seen many companies in India traverse through the path of IP to IPO. And we are very fortunate that Ankit is going to share that, and that to a hardware story. We are not talking of software, because all of us are saturated with the success that we have seen in software, because it's a very temporary success. The real success will come when India will build products for the world, not just for India. And I think with that backdrop, I'm going to invite Ankit to share his opening remarks. Ankit, would you like to, I did a little bit of introduction of yours, but I'm sure there's much more that you could add to. And, IdeaForge has been one of the most successful deep tech hardware companies. And I know that it was not easy. So you may want to share with us the kind of hurdles that you face while you build a globally recognized product company from India. And I think that will be the great insights, for each one of us who are attending here, the last session. But I think they continue to be quite, energetic. They are really looking forward to your insights. Over to you, Ankit, if you can hear me well. You got to unmute, Ankit. The technical team, can you please help us? Great.
Am I?
Yes, Ankit, you can be a bit louder. Yes, yeah. We're losing you in between, yeah.
Am I audible? If
yes, you are. You are. The technology link problems, right?
Now you are not audible.
Are we good? I think we can hear you well. Go ahead, please. Thank you. Ankit, you can go ahead. I don't. Okay, I think there's some technical challenge. So let me come to Shrishti. Shrishti, AI has become a major catalyst for innovation. And how has AI changed the way deep tech startups, especially in the agri perspective, build and scale products today? Because you're not building a product for India, and you're not building for today, you're building for tomorrow. So maybe if your insights will be very helpful on this aspect. Thank you. No, I think you need to.
So we have been working in the area of physical AI even before it became a term. So AI has definitely been the part of agri-tech ecosystem for I think quite some time. Not just me, like other players also have been using it. I would say now it has become a bit more aware. People have become aware of this. The thing that I'm seeing with a lot of AI tools becoming more mature is that the journey of MVPs, the time for that have reduced. Now we can make faster prototypes or faster. I would also say not just the MVPs, also what we want to make a customer experience, we can create that very quickly. Just maybe how they can visualize this product, how they can see the product in action. So those kinds of things have actually helped in getting the concepts ready for the products, getting the products to the market early, getting the feedback from the customers early. So definitely AI has been helping a lot in that
So
segment.
you mean like pivoting is become easy and
Yes.
fail fast approach is important
Yes.
because for a startup, not everything works, right? You got to see that what works, great, expand it. What doesn't work, just throw it off.
Exactly. So now I think that actually gives you more freedom also and more flexibility also. Now you're not scared to lose because you know you can create next pivot very quickly. So you're ready to fail faster. So I think which every founder is, they don't want to fail later. Once you fail later, you lose a lot of time.
I call it
So-
now failing is affordable.
Yes, now
Right?
failing is affordable. So I think that's something is that AI has definitely helped. And also I think a lot of datas are coming, people are sharing this openly, at least in our sectors, people have started sharing data. So which has also helped building more AI tools. So I think that's also very nice.
Absolutely. So when you are looking at setting up a global company, see today you are not developing a deep tech company because you feel it's only to solve the India needs, right? So
Yes.
what are the critical aspects which you did not think, let's say when you started your journey 7 years ago, but you think these are very important now, which you should be taking into account if you would have started the company today?
So one thing definitely is user experience.
Okay.
I think a lot boils down to how the user is going to feel your product, and because that's a major drive for adoption. That is one thing, and being with the global ecosystem, it's like you have to not just think of how Indian community will take it. You have to see that the product should have the global appeal, the look, the user experience, the comfort of using it. Another thing is the data privacy. I definitely believe that you should be doing everything in which the data is secured, because that has become a big issue with a lot of things happening around AI breaches and data breaches. So that's, I think those are the two very important things. Third, I see that you should look, as founders, you should look into also having some, if you are working in the deep tech, do get some of the IPs. Because globally, IPs can become a major source of income for you, even if you are not able to scale to certain geographies. But using your IPs, you can actually still make money out of it. So
You mean licensing those IPs,
Yes.
right? There are certain countries you're not going to be going for next 5-7 years, but you do have a global
Yes.
patent protection. So why not leverage on doing a tech transfer
Exactly.
and monetize on it?
because
Great.
as startups, you might not have that great funds to be in every country.
Absolutely.
But your IPs can actually reach if you
Absolutely.
partner with the right firms or the right people. So do look into these three aspects. I definitely
Sure. So let me come back to Ankit. Ankit, I hope you can hear me well now. Okay.
Great. So, first of all, I wanted to, congratulate STPI on the 35th Foundation Day. And, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here in the room on this panel. I'm really delighted to be a part of this event and session. And I apologize for not being able to make it in person, and that's why we are having the technical gap that we are observing. But I'll make sure that it's better planned from my side next time. In terms of my own journey, I think it's a very if you look at the 20-year journey that we have had and 22 years since we've been building drones in the country, I think the ecosystem has, been a very enabling ecosystem from the very beginning. From, if I may say, how the government has nurtured, early stage startups, early stage entrepreneurship in India. And that is something which we've been a big beneficiary of from the early days. However, the private ecosystem, in terms of capital, in terms of talent availability, in terms of resources, was always a gap that was not very easy to bridge in our early days. If I may, we raised less than 1 crore in capital, or let me put it this way, we were not able to raise more than 1 crore in equity capital from the date of our inception till 2015. And therefore we had to build an entirely different muscle of creating a product that could actually be sold at a profit that allowed us to continue to survive, as well as allow us to continue to build technology, and that technology could be used by our customers, because unless you build something useful, it's of no value and it's not going to be bought again. So that extreme impetus on building a useful product, building a product that doesn't feel like the customer is adopting something which is not coming from a first world country, was an important mission for us from the very beginning of our journey at Idea Forge. In fact, the first ever contract that we got for a drone, we won it against competition from US. So that can sort of tell you that that ability or that capability has been existing in the country to build deep technology from a very long time. It is not something which is, literally, I would say it is rocket science, but it is not rocket science. It is just the desire to just go deep into peeling the layers of technology and ensuring that you have the ability to peel those layers, and you have the habit of peeling those layers, because you do end up creating capability that is useful, it's effective, and you can leverage it across a very large spectrum of user base over a period of time. So that's at least what's been our journey in a nutshell over this time period. I'll probably respond to other questions.
So Ankit, I think what you shared is amazing, because most of the startups, they complain that how do we fight out this competition with the US or UK companies, because they already have a deep penetration here, right? And your own experience is very, very encouraging, and I'm sure it'll be worthwhile for startups founders to also note that once you have a determination, you can make it. Otherwise, there are lame excuses that you continue to make, and things will not happen. So I think that's a very, very important message that you have shared with us, and very, very encouraging. Thank you. Coming to Ame, I think, as I mentioned, healthcare and life sciences is a very difficult bet, right? We are not looking at anything less than 15 years from monetization perspective, right? And so how did you start your journey, and what has been I would say, guidance that you want to give to the healthcare entrepreneurs from your own journey, that they must look at, when they're building a venture in healthcare, which is kind of unique opportunity, I would say. So over to you.
Right. Well, thank you for having me here. Pleasure to be here on the 35th Foundation Day. My mission started with a very personal reason. My grandfather had a hip fracture. I wanted to prevent that. And I realized that almost all of us here have taken care of an elderly family member at some point or the other, right? And we just go with the flow. We say this is old age. And I don't think before this I had thought, okay, can I put a number to this? Can I find a way to prevent these issues that are happening? After the first fall, how do I prevent the second fall? How do I prevent further hospitalization? So that was the genesis of my journey. Along the way, we've picked up quite a few lessons. One is, I think, to be in love with your product, but to not be in love with your product at the same time. Develop it, go into detail, spend 80% of your initial time with the person who's going to be using this, with many such persons. But when it starts to be clear that it's not working, throw it away, reiterate. We've had 5 iterations before we reach the current product so far. And a more longer term sort of vision is that when we start building in India, we have this very great opportunity, and that is scale. Our doctors here see 10 times more patients than probably doctors in other countries, Western ones for sure. And that means we get to interact with a lot of these patients. However, when we do bring this to market, we realize that the payer systems are different abroad. So if we are building for global economies, we need to consider two distinct payer systems, one where institutions and insurance pays for it, and one where we pay out of pocket. So I think if we keep these two things in mind and build with a global outlook, I think Indian tech is very well placed to scale globally.
Great, thank you. So coming to Sumit, I have been often, told that enterprises, the conversion from free POC to paid POC is not more than 5%. And this is a statistics across the world and particularly in India. Now with this kind of number, how does a startup really manages to crack enterprise sales, right? And so I'm sure you have done that, and maybe some insights from you will be very helpful for our startup founders here.
Yeah, thanks Vishal, and thanks to STPI. Congratulations on their 35th Foundation Day. You hit a raw nerve because I think we have done more than a dozen POCs free of cost in our initial years, which yielded to absolutely nothing, right? And at the end of the day, it will go to a European or an American giant here, even though our product could have been better for various reasons. That being said, those initial POCs did matter in the sense that we could realize what are they are looking for. They're just not looking for you as a product. They're also looking at whether you could build a product in the longer term, right? And when we're building a product, are we building a nice to have product or a must have product? When I say a must have product, it should be a system which is not in silo, but should be fitting into the enterprise systems of an enterprise. So in our journey, I could say that the initial years where all this feedback mattered, but for us, it took us quite some time to get our hands on the product. And when we had, I was giving an example before this meeting. So we were one of the first ones to start with the NVIDIA Jetson platforms, which is miniature GPU, and we could run, our main thing is that we have to identify hundreds of vehicles, right, in very less time with various parameters so that the process of payments could be done at real time. So we had zero margin to error, but when we developed our products, we had to build the boards ourselves, we had to build our own camera so that we can build a product which can work for different use cases and also the different environment conditions of India. So they could run 24/7, 365 days in different climatic conditions. And the software could run in that particular, the hardware could be good, but the software also has to be good as well. So that is something we did. And then the best part was all those large companies which were already present and system integrators from Europe or Japanese system integrators, the US integrators who were there in India, they took our products and they put it as a package in their product package and sold it to their customers. So that was a shortcut, I would say, which I am thankful that gave us the initial growth, right? Otherwise, we could not have directly gone into all those clients and would have done POCs till now.
Absolutely, I think that's the right strategy to crack. And so let me come to Ravi. Ravi, you guys have been supporting so much of technology commercialization from universities and institutes. I do a lot of work in this area, and I feel that there's huge improvement required in this area. What are your takes on this? Like, if you become education minister for 2 days, what are the drastic changes that you would bring in the current ecosystem to make sure that every innovation funded from any of the schemes, doesn't matter, there are hundreds of schemes now available, but actually it's validated well so that when the product is made, there is actually a requirement. Otherwise, most of these products are not even required because the ideas were never validated. So what at Vadhvani Foundation are you doing to ensure that each rupee invested in startup ecosystem generates the return on investment from an overall resilience perspective, from our import substitution perspective, from every angle? Because it's a serious money, it's taxpayers' money, right? It has to be addressed in a way that there is a KPI to say import substitution done. Yes. You can't have a scenario where Indian medical device industry is still importing 80% of the products. And there is so much of innovation already happening. Where is the gap? Where is the accountability? Where is the KPIs? Who's monitoring it? I think all that needs to be in place, and I think this is where Vadvani Foundation, which kind of catalyzes the contribution from both sides, should interject and say, this is the right policy framework. Not just we think, it's actually worked across the world, and India must implement it, and I think this is where I want your insights. Thank you so much, Ravi.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Vishal. And thanks to STPI, and congratulations on your 35th Foundation Day. Look, you started by asking if I was the education minister for 2 days. I mean, 2 days is a long time, but I think the one thing that needs to change when it comes to deep tech innovation and commercializing that innovation, we have to identify skin in the game for the partners, for all the players, right? So if the skin in the game is very loose, and I'll give you an example. If the skin in the, if what you have to project is the number of startups you have invested in or the number of startups you have created, then people just end there because the KPIs and stuff.
I don't think that's the KPI.
Yeah, because you know what? I'll just, oh yeah, we have 100,000 startups or 180,000 startups, or we have 4,000 plus deep tech companies, or we have hundreds and thousands of patents. That's not going to cut it, right? I think, and that's why I said it has to be, the metric has to be on, if there are 180,000 startups, how many of them have found paying customers? That's where reality hits you saying, look, I can create every day 20 startups, but if not one of them get paying customers, then it's not a startup. It's really an idea which is not borne fruit. So I think that definition has to come all across, especially innovation. I'll give you a sense. There are many TRL 1s to TRL 3s or 4s that happen, but very seldom you go to a 7, which is commercializing your innovation.
Absolutely.
And that, I think, is a problem because you file your patents, and I think the metric is 99% of patents don't have a commercial application, right? Because they just filed and nothing comes of it. That is where I think is the biggest problem. What we are doing from a foundation, at least for deep tech innovation, we launched a program about 2 years back where we said, look, we will identify centers, and we've started with identifying 10 centers, and we have kept a budget of about 1,500 crores fully funded by the foundation. And what we will do is we will support all of the innovations from having identified the projects from TRL 3. Our objective is to get them to TRL 7 and 8, which means they have to commercialize it. Either you sell it, like what she said, you can sell your IP and make money out of it, or you start a company. And we will give not just funding, because it's a myth that people who get funded will do really, really well. I think the support they need is an overall support. How do you get your first paying customers? How do you get business sense to all of these young kids who are making these, or could be older as well. But yeah, all these people who are creating these innovation, how do we support them and make sure they start a company? That's what we're doing. So our outcomes are very aligned to starting up and or selling your, which is commercializing your research. It's not about how many we are doing, right? We never focus on the number of, oh, we have 500 plus companies or 5,000 projects. It's about how many of them went and actually commercialized their research. That's what.
So Ravi, just to follow up, when you go to good institutes like IITs of the world, most of the deep tech research is done by professors. Then there's a spin-off of the professor entity. Now the research scholar is probably 2% holder of the equity, 3%, and the professor owns like 80%. Now, sometimes I've dabbled with it. Do I want to invest in a professor who's already have a backup? Because if he fails, then there is anyway a full-time opportunity he has. For him, it's a part-time love. And I always feel that entrepreneurship, whether it's a deep tech or a generic, it just cannot be part-time. Entrepreneurship is singular thing, and you cannot have that, okay, I am a professor, but I am also spinning out this company into research, and if it works, it works. But most of the university-led professors, if you look at, or IITs-led professors, I don't think they have been able to go beyond 1 level or 2 level of funding. Now,
Is that a right way to keep building it? And that's what is happening right now. Or we should support founders like Ankit, who have great ideas. They've been able to build a team around it. They've been able to look at every aspect, from how do you build a IP defendable product for the world, not just for India. So I think there's enough money going actually for the professor or led kind of, because they have a credibility. But that's not really creating innovation-led economy. So I think, should we not be thinking about some disruption here in terms of distribution of the money? That who should be getting this money?
Yeah, I think 100%. You hit the right point. I mean, we have to support founders like Ankit, Shrishti, and all of them, right? Because they are, and I started by saying skin in the game. They have the skin in the game. It's not about somebody who says, look, I have just helped you into my lab, and because you're sitting in my lab, I own 80%. It's never that. It is about that founder who's working 15, 16, 18 hours a day and trying to figure out how to make their product work, how to get it sold, get the right pricing. They have to get the maximum share. And we are seeing, I think we have to be fair to the universities. Like if you take IIT Madras, they have built a good ecosystem around it, right? So there are startups like, I think Agnikul Cosmos, which is the space tech. So they have, where there is a professor, but there are clearly two founders who are working on it day in and day out. They've used the facility. And I think IIT Madras also doesn't just have their own students. They've opened it up sort of to the entire ecosystem. I think 60% of their companies that they are getting into IIT Madras ecosystem is outside from the students of IIT Madras. So I think there is a good
IIT
model.
Madras is an outlier to me.
I agree.
They've evolved over last 20 years. They also felt what worked and what didn't work.
Yeah.
So they clearly knew what did not work. Let's not repeat those mistakes, right?
Yeah.
But there's still some mistakes done by even that ecosystem, but I think it's good.
And
as
it
an
is
example.
a good learning point. To me, it is a good learning point. You can pick up from them and say, look, they've already gone through the cycle. They've made mistakes. They have learned from it themselves. You have a great starting point. So if most universities start adopting that, and actually we are seeing it at the foundation. So we work with IISc Bangalore, who are also putting up similar models, IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur. All of them are getting there. And that's what's exciting. I think the next phase is going to be really exciting.
Absolutely. Let me come to Ankit. Ankit, I hope you're able to hear me. Are you? Okay, good. So Ankit, we all know that journey of TRL 1 to TRL 7, and of course you have gone beyond to IPO. How does founder balance innovation, execution, and investor expectation? Because the founder has to wear multiple hats, right? So how did you manage, and what is your guidance to our startup founders here? We are not able to hear you.
Am I audible now? Great. So, when I look at, how our journey was, I think first and foremost, I had a team with me. So because of a team, I had to sort of, and we had a good division of labor in that one sense. So I had a team that was able to do work on technology separately, and a team that was looking at operations separately. And of course, I had to look at a lot of things that were to do with investor relationships and fundraising as well on the equity side. Secondly, I think overall, over these last 20 years, one thing that we realized, and one thing that we were very clear about, which we were thankfully able to communicate to our investors, was that overall the value creation has a very similar cycle. Like a lot of times when you're building in an environment where market penetration is your goal, like we were in a domain and in an industry where there was no market. We had to build the market. We had to go and educate the customer. We had to do whatever it takes to create the opportunity in the market that then we will fulfill with our technology. So having had that journey, there is no set method as to how to increase market penetration that it can exponentially grow or something like that, right? When you are entering a space where you are grabbing market share, there are relatively more methods you can use where the customer knows what to do with your product. We had to go to a market where we were telling the customer what to do with a drone. Thankfully, one of our early prototypes in the movie Three Idiots was able to at least educate people that this is what you do with a drone, that you can look at what other people are doing or you can do surveillance or something like that. Otherwise, it was a discovery of just what to do with a drone. Everyone would ask us, तो इससे क्या करते हैं? So, from starting there to building a market opportunity, that journey was never going to be linear, and we were able to communicate that to our investors. And one thing we were very sure of was that in the wave where the market penetration is happening in steps, we are continuing to build intrinsic value of the company by building technology, by building capability, and not letting the capability be inferior to the market, standards or what is happening in the rest of the world. So, building IP in that phase was one of the most important decisions that we took. That we need to continue to build products and technologies that can actually be ahead of the curve, that can represent the best in class for the domain and the technology in the industry that we're working towards. And that usually, when the market waves happen, when the market penetration sort of sputters and it grows suddenly, you are ready with the technology that the market is willing to adopt, and you are ready without looking like you have lost the plot. And I think that has been something that has been our observation, that you cannot lose focus on building the intrinsic value of the company when you are trying to build something where people don't even know what to do with your technology. So that journey and finding investors who understand what it takes to build a business was the privilege that we had. And of course, our incubator and our had that patience to live that journey with us. They were in it because they knew that it's not going to be a linear journey.
Technology linked problems. Okay. So Ankit, thank you for sharing those insights. I think team is, to me, at a foundation level, is the clear winnings. If you have a dream team, you may pivot, it's fine, but I think you will make it work for yourself and for the investors. And I think that's worked for you as well. So at what stage, Ankit, did you think that you want to go global? And what was that inflection point, I hope you're able to hear me.
That we need to diversify. And am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Yeah. Great. So essentially, in every phase, because of the nature of our customer, and we had a very challenging problem that our customer was somebody that investors did not love for a very long period of time. Today, defense is something that people want to flock towards. But when we started, people did not want to touch anything to do with us because we were doing work with defense as well. So when you have a customer like that, when you have a buying process of the nature that we had, where innovation buying was not something that was a method available, we had to actually see how we can diversify. Now, diversification happened with respect to diversification in terms of number of use cases we could do. So we could find civil customers as well. But diversification was also needed in terms of geography. And when we would investigate here, we would realize that everyone would tell us that don't do it unless you have enough capital with you to sustain that journey. Therefore, we had to patiently wait till the time we had sufficient capital to start exploring markets outside India. We had to find the right partners who can start pitching our product elsewhere. And it still is something which is not linear, but one thing
right? Is that what you're saying? I think there's some challenge. It's okay. So let me come back to you, Shrishti. I think India, if you look at from an AI perspective, whatever little I understand about foundational model, I think we don't have a deep understanding and deep building of foundational models in India. But do you think that wrapper story for any sector, and particularly since you come from agri sector, do you think can it still create a great value in India? Or are we already sort of pivoting and doing a backward integration to see that if we can have our own foundational models, even in the agri sector?
So I'll tell you this thing. So you meant that if you're adopting models made by others,
yes,
they are not working.
Okay.
Tested it, tried it, they don't work.
So we'll have to create our own.
We had to create our own from scratch. It was a very early on learning that we had while building Qzins. So I would tell you, we bought very expensive devices from some of the competitors in the US, Japan, and a lot of other places, and they just failed to perform. For 1 month, we were just thinking that we are doing something wrong. Then we realized that what we are doing is not wrong. We have read the manuals properly. We have understood what their AI is doing. It is not just working for us. So we had to build it from the scratch. I'm very glad that we had this understanding very early on. Like the very few months into, not even the few months, like very early we realized that we need to get our own data sets. We need to build our own models from the scratch. Okay, some things we may adopt from the open source models which are there. But if you want to get to a good model output, if you want that the models get adopted, then you have to do it by yourself. So it's not always about, so I tell it to a lot of people who come with me saying that the AI models are not performing and all that. So I tell them, you don't have to make every AI model perform. You have to get them to solve the problem. If they solve the problem, then they are performing. If they don't solve the problem, just don't link into the numbers of R squares, the accuracies, the terminologies. Are they solving your problem? If they are solving your problem, they are good enough to roll out for early productions. Then you can later build on from top of that. But definitely the first answer to the question, can we adopt others models? It's very difficult in our sector. We have seen the data is quite different in the Indian scenarios. We have to do it ourselves.
So if you are building foundational model for India, now where is the story to take it to the global? Your insights on that.
So, okay, as I said, if you're building models, foundational models from the beginning for the Indian thing, you can definitely take it global. There is nothing about taking it, that it is stopping it from the global. See, the models that we adopted from the other countries, they failed in the Indian scenario, they will also fail in the other countries' scenario. So that's what, don't go about particular models. Go about solving the problem. If the problem gets solved, it will be a global, it will solve the global problem itself. Because the problem that we are solving in India is not just India specific. So we are looking into food loss, which is not just the India's problem, it's the global problem. 1/3 of the food is lost post-harvest. So we are looking at from the problem-centric approach that you develop AI to solve this.
Sure.
If you need to start building the models from the scratch, that's okay. They will, and we also look, also in the Indian categories, we have seen that they replicate our, so we look into 3 R's, which is replicate, they should recall list should be good. And then another thing is, they should be robust enough.
For retention.
Yes. They should be robust enough that you can take them across different places.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Great. So Ravi, coming to you, I think somewhere, I'm not sure about my accuracy of numbers, but 100 unicorns in US are directly and indirectly controlled by Indians, right? Now that speaks about how do we ensure that we get the talent which is there in the US who build this for the US? How do we get them back to build the deep tech economy for the country, which is the real requirement? Otherwise, we are merely doing copy-paste job and we're calling it incremental innovation as a disruptive innovation. And I don't think we're going to get there.
I think in my experience, when we were running nearby and these guys can add in, I don't think there is a problem in attracting talent globally. What a real talent wants is a great problem to work with, right? Because I'm assuming like beyond a certain money, it doesn't matter. So if you have a fantastic problem, then I think they're very interested to come, right? A lot of these guys have come back and done their startups here. like a Sarvam AI, you mentioned about, those guys could have worked in any of the AI companies, earned maybe millions of dollars, but they chose to come here and start, right? Or any of the companies that I meant, the rocket companies and stuff, they could have worked anywhere else.
Sure.
So I think the spark for a founder or any engineer even is the nature and complexity and impact of working on that problem. If those three are there, I think it's pretty global in nature. I mean, gone are the days when you would find it hard to attract a person to come back to India. In fact, most of, at least even if they're Indian Americans, they're raring to come back to India. They want to do something for the country and stuff. In my experience, that's been the case. So if they have the right problem with the right scale and impact, I think you should be able to.
And capital is not a problem today, right?
Capital is
People
not a
keep
problem.
complaining there's not much capital, but guys, you have to work to build your model investable, and you have to see from the lens of investor, not from your own lens, right? So coming to you, Ame, see, government has been a greatest enabler for startup economy. I don't think this was the environment existed 20 years ago. I think for last 10 years, we have seen how India's startup economy has done so wonderful, and that's why we have people like Ankit showcasing their success stories, and we are so deeply encouraged with those. But what else can government do? And the inflection point where you are today, right? You have a product, but what stopped you to grab a market share of 100% or 70%? What are those key ground level challenges where government can play some role for you? Please share your insights on that.
Right, now that's a tough question. I'll focus on the health tech aspect of this, right? So health tech products going B2C in India represents a significant challenge, right? Right, okay. So going B2C for health tech in India represents a significant challenge. You've got to do a lot of marketing. Essentially, you compete against consumer goods, which are much lower priced, and that awareness isn't present, okay? So a platform which we could have, which really separates, which communicates the value of these things much better to the general public, might be good. A central registry of approved devices, for example, although with some effort towards making general awareness a priority. The registry itself does exist. On the earlier side of things, for us, getting our clinical trials done was a very significant step, also a very time-consuming step. Different centers, including expert centers that the government has, are not connected via a single method of accessing them. So if I have to go to 3 centers, I have to apply to each of them, clear each of their ethics approvals, etc. So a common platform where I can say, hey, these are my certifications, this is my device, will you validate it for me? And giving me access to key opinion leaders, etc., will make sure that the opinion leaders, the huge patient capital that we have, and the technology that is coming to us actually gets aligned. And so that not only solves the validation problem, in healthcare validation and product market fit are very closely related to each other. So it also gives you a thing that enables you to capture customers at the very start. The moment you are ready to enter the market is ready for you. So I think those two things will actually play a big leg up. The government is doing extremely good work in supporting ground level ideas to get to TRL 4 or 5. And then just that little bit, making sure that PMF is achieved right at the validation stage would make a huge difference.
So you're saying there are multiple windows within single window. For example, I was under the impression that the CTRI, which is Clinical Trial Registry of India, allows you to register once and then you are able to enroll for all the sites at one go. And sometimes even government funds those clinical trials. So this is what my impression was. But if this has not been your experience, maybe,
Yeah, I think in implementation it's a little bit different. I think once you get your approvals, you can go on to CTRI.
Yeah.
It's not the other way around.
Yeah.
You can't get your
So we
approvals.
have one of the companies which we have co-funded with STPI, and it's called Sparsh Mind, by the way. And to recruit 100 patients, it has taken them 100 days already, right? And this is such a common problem. Neuro is such a common problem, right? And that too, the trial is being conducted in AIMS, but yet getting the patient enrollment for the clinical trial for such a simple thing, it's taking endless. It's just taking endless. So how do we build global products from India when actually building a clinical validation itself is the problem, right? So I think, Subodhji, we will probably be very happy to write a note for you because you have every kind of COE, you should have one COE for clinical validation as well, right? Okay, so coming to you, Mr. Mahapatra, I think the same question, like what support do you think government should give, for encouraging people like you so that you can garner better market share? Because building a product and not having a market share is an injustice to everybody's, value chain, right?
Yeah, two simple suggestions. One is that there was a Startup India scheme or the policy that every public sector government tender has to give exemptions to startups, right? In terms of EMD exemption or experience exemption. And that went a long way in some of these startups I know who got projects and could build up because nobody was giving them projects. But the same experience has not been in the large public listed private sector that we have in India. So if there could be a policy, that a similar kind of a policy without being very forceful, if that is done, then the startups could entrench into those kind of sectors. So for example, for us, something which took for only 4 years or 5 years could be a much shorter period to get into the larger players of India. That's one. The second is that once you have built a good product, right, you want to scale beyond India, which is to the overseas markets. Now, certifications, there are different geographies have different certifications, right? That's first of all an expensive process, and the government has its own labs now, which are giving STQC and other certifications. Either you enable the government labs to give certifications for US or Europe or those kind of markets, or there could be a, for deep tech startups who are building their own hardware products. So if there could be a grant or funding for the testing part of those products, so that could help.
Yeah, I think some of the sectors like pharma and medical devices do have such kind of initiative through their export promotion councils, which do offer this reimbursement sort of a thing, but not necessarily for every deep tech sector. So I think the last question for the panel would be that, we all know about global markets, right? And we also know where is the money, right? But current turbulent times, right, when we see US, which are the other, economies or, countries that you think is real market for Indian deep tech products, apart from, US? Because everybody was looking at US, and we understand the challenges that today we will have from a bilateral trade perspective. So coming to you, Sumit, yeah.
I'm not sure what are the newer markets. You have to keep exploring. The geodynamics change every single day, but going forward, maybe energy, I mean, this kind of situation we are in, we are panicking, right? In the next 20 years, we do not want to import oil from anywhere, for that matter. So we create those products for ourselves, and half of the world doesn't have oil anyway, right? So Japan could be the next market, Korea could be our next market, and our young entrepreneurs who are working in the medical healthcare field, Africa, South America, and the whole world is ours. So that's where I.
What about neighboring countries, which we often ignore?
Neighboring countries?
I think there's a huge opportunity,
Well, you have to sell somewhere where the money is there. So that's something which is probably not there right now in the neighboring countries. And Bangladesh was a good example, but they have also crashed down in the last couple of years. So we do not have those large markets in the neighborhood. Yeah, China, we all have our comments to be reserved in that particular area at this point of time.
I don't think India can offer deep products to China,
Yeah.
because they say we don't care about patent regime, right? Why are you coming to us? Ame, your thoughts on that?
From my perspective, healthcare has always been and will always be a service. So any market that has a lot of human capital is the market for healthcare in the next decade, because not only do you provide services now, you longitudinally generate data to provide even better services. That's the real moat we create. So I'm going to say emerging countries, countries with large populations, Asian countries especially, and African countries are the next sort of unexplored barrier. Europe, US are obviously good targets, but yeah.
Yeah, but from your product perspective, I think wherever there's a genetic population, India will be genetics country of the world in next 10 years, right? Today we claim that we are the youth, right?
Yes.
But I think we're going to be facing different kind of challenges, and I think companies like yours will have a value proposition to solve that as well. Great. Ravi, your thoughts?
I would almost say follow the trail of look at what UPI is doing. Built for India, designed globally when they started with, because the designs were always world class. So if you look at the countries, some of the friendly countries, UAE, Qatar, right, Singapore, all of them are good markets for us to follow as entrepreneurs. You have slower markets like Europe, which take a lot out of you in terms of quality testing and stuff. But once they approve, especially Europe and Japan, then there is a huge consumption available there as well, right? The money is there, right, for Europe and Japan for consuming. And of course, like every other market's there. But if you look at just what UPI is doing, there are 8 or 9 countries that UPI is available right now. And they're slowly picking up. Now we are doing more than 1 million transactions outside the country. So if you sort of, as an entrepreneur, I mean, there's always a question, how early is it that you start selling outside? I would say you should always, when you design your product, you keep the world in, in mind, because that's how you should design a world-class product. But you first start selling in India, get that customer base, get that cash flow, like Ankit said, and then, yeah, you will have that freedom to then start selling everywhere.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think Middle East as a market, I think has suddenly opened up. And even in health tech, I thought they'll be very, very, conservative in their approach. But some of our portfolio companies are actually not doing that well in India, but they're actually doing well in Middle East, which is amazing, which is really, and that's a high-paying market, right? So over to you, Shishti. Yeah.
I have definitely, like, we have been exploring the global market. So we have seen that Southeast Asia is also a really good option, with certain countries being quite open to using it. And also, as Ravi mentioned, European market is quite good, but you have to be very strict with the regulations and the quality of your product. So I think with that, I definitely see those two economies to be there. Middle East also, we have seen there is a lot of money in the Middle East, and they're ready to now, so they are opening up to the outside world, I would say. So that's something that we have also seen from the Middle East side.
Great. Ankit, if you're able to hear us, your thoughts, which countries are exciting? Some of it must have already worked for you. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So, yeah, I think my India is extended to everyone, and therefore my sense is that the overall global south is a huge opportunity for Indian businesses and Indian companies to go towards.
Great, thank you. I wish we could just continue because this topic is so exciting and we have so much to share from each of our journey, but we got to pause, and this time Subodhji has not given me any instructions to pause, but I'm purposely closing it just to set the discipline. So thank you once again everybody for sharing your wonderful insights. At least I learned a lot from each one of you and look forward to staying in touch with each one of you. Thank you.
That was a very interesting masterclass. To felicitate our panel, let me first invite Shri Rakesh Dubey, Director, STPI. Gaurav ji, STPI, on stage please. Dr. Vishal Gandhi, please come to the center to capture the moment. Shri Ravi Shankar. Dr. Srishti Batra. Shri Sumit Mahapatra. Shri Amay Desai. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. Let us capture the moment with a group picture. Also, with this, we conclude the STPI Tech Summit 2026, India's Next Leap. On behalf of the Software Technology Parks of India, we thank you for your vibrant participation, brilliant ideas, and your presence as we celebrate 35 years of innovation. To propose the vote of thanks, my honor. To propose the vote of thanks, let me once again invite Shri Subodh Sachan ji, Director STPI. And after that, see you everyone at the networking tea side.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And I think the audience is already waiting for the tea break. But before the tea break, I just wanted to thank my team and request DG sir and SG sir to come on the platform first so that I can invite the team for a group photograph and thank the team who is behind the whole event. So first and foremost, Amit ji, I think it's a great support for this event. Prabhat, wherever you are, please come on the stage. Sir, आप लोग भी आ जाइएगा. ये हटवा देते हैं. ये हटवा देते हैं. विकास, थोड़ा सा ये जगह बनवा दो टेबल में. बस ये टेबल हटवा दें अभी. Prabhat, additional director STPI, was behind this whole, I think, from the awards to conceiving the event, everything from start. Kishori, for the wonderful work on the report, wherever Kishori you are. The reason I asked you to stay back was just this. Please come on the dais. Anubhav, additional director of the team. Vikas Goyal, who has been please come on the dais as well. I think you have been wonderful. The whole event, whatever you see in the engagement, ये tables हटवा देना. Whatever you see is in the form of the arrangements here, goes back to Vikas. Very, very small things, from selecting the flowers to selecting the bouquet to selecting the gifts and stage, whatever you see on the stage. Animesh, please come on the dais also. All of you, please bring DJ sir also and come on the dais. Animesh, Manish, a team from technical team. Kanika, come on the stage fast. Ishu Agrawal, who is the BCO from the BCO side. Maninder, Bhaskar, please come on the dais fast. Jaldi aa jaiye. And Sanyam and also Prashant from Amit ji's team. Further, I think we have Vagisha, Astha and Khushbu. Please come on the dais. I hope I have not missed any name. If I've missed, please come. I must also thank all our protocol officers who have done their duty very diligently. No speaker made any complaint with respect to that he had any issues with his arrangements or with his schedule. Everybody came. No, I think zero absentees in terms of speakers, which is also a big achievement. Manish from admin as well. Manish from admin, please, all of you. Sanyam का नाम लिया था मैंने. Sanyam, please come. नितिन अग्रवाल भी आ जाएं. आ जाइए सब लोग. एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ हो जाएगा. सर आ जाएंगे बाद में. आ जाएंगे सर. जगह बन जाएगी सर. आ जाइए ऊपर आ जाइए. सर ज़्यादा लोग नहीं है, बन जाएगी. हाँ. हमारे एक माइक और दे देना. एक माइक दे देना कोटलेस. आइए सर को जगह
अब सब लोग आ जाओ।
अब हाँ and before सबको आ जाएंगे but हाँ also sir I'll lot of great effort was done by Kishori for this report तो special autographed copy मिल रही है आपको ठीक है ठीक है थैंक यू एंड सभी लोग आ जाएं जो लोग भी बचे हुए हैं प्लीज आ जाइए सॉरी मैडम आप भी आ जाइए आ जाइए आ जाइए अरे आ जाइए इवेंट 30 अब हम 35 उसमें आ जाते हैं एंड थैंक यू टू दी ऑल द डायरेक्टर्स हु हैव बीन कनेक्टेड आई कैन सी अजय जी संजय मैं सबके छोटे फेस दिख रहे हैं ना हाँ आइए उधर आ जाइए So very happy 35th Foundation Day to everyone. All the directors. पवित्र आ जाओ भाई आ जाओ सारे all STPNs which are present here come for the photograph. आगे ऐसी है आगे की लाइन आ जाए बस नीचे एक जगह खड़े होना एक बार आगे आना हाँ आ जाएगा आ जाएगा हाँ आ जाएगा कुछ बोल हाँ ठीक है आज खड़े हो आ जाएगा ठीक है
देखो भाई फ्रेम देखो अपना
नीना जी आप छूट गई हैं आप भी आ जाइए